Welcome, everybody. We'll now call to order the joint meeting of the Cotati City Council and the successor agency to the former Cotati Community Redevelopment Agency. Can we please begin with a roll call?
Councilmember Rivers.
Here.
Councilmember Lemus.
Here.
Councilmember Harvey.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ford.
Here.
Mayor Sparks.
Here. Thank you. Now we are going to do a land acknowledgement followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I invite you to stand and join us if you'd like. The city of Cotati recognizes that we're on the ancestral lands of the coastal Miwok, who are the original caretakers of this area. We respectfully acknowledge the indigenous peoples who have been stewarding and maintaining a relationship on this land as knowledge keepers for millennia. This acknowledgement does not take the place of authentic relationships with indigenous communities, but serves as a gesture of respect to the land that we are on. And now we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. The first item on our agenda is approval of the minutes and notice of waiving of reading of all resolutions and ordinances introduced and adopted into this agenda. Does anyone on the council have any corrections to the minutes from our last meeting? Okay, not seeing any. If anyone would like to make a comment just about the minutes from our last meeting, this would be the time to do so. Is there anyone in the chambers wishing to comment on the minutes? Not seeing anyone come forward. Can we go to Zoom, please?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you would like to make a public comment on approval of the minutes, please use the raise hand icon. Seeing no hands, that will end public comment. Mayor Sparks, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the council. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes from our last regular meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I'm abstaining just because I wasn't able to be here.
Okay, so the minutes are approved 4-0 with one abstention. All right, please bear with me while I read some announcements. Meeting orientation for new attendees and viewers. In conformance with the Brown Act and the adopted City Council rules, the meeting agenda includes items labeled as action items where the City Council may consider the item. If the City Council considers the item, citizens will be afforded the opportunity to provide comments relevant to the item being discussed. The meeting agenda also includes a citizens' business item, which is the designated place on the agenda where citizens have the right to say whatever they wish. However, the Brown Act prohibits the City Council from taking action or considering any item that is not on this agenda to ensure that other members of the community who wish to provide comment are notified in advance through a properly noticed meeting agenda. Measure S supports police services, a variety of recreation programs for all ages, and the maintenance of our streets, parks, and public buildings. See details on the web at cotaticity.org. Citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or email are encouraged to enroll with Civic Ready by signing up on the city's website, www.cotaticity.org, under the How Do I link at the top of the homepage. Like always, we'd love to hear from you, so please feel free to contact the city at 707-792-4600 or info@cotaticity.org. If you have a non-emergency issue after normal business hours, you can contact us at 707-792-4611. And of course, if you have an emergency, please contact 911. Continue to look for updates on the city's website and social media channels available on Facebook, Instagram, and Civic Ready. This will bring us to approving the final agenda. Are there any proposed changes to the agenda tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. No proposed changes tonight.
Okay, so since there are no proposed changes, we will move on to our next item, which is citizens' business and public comment for consent calendar items. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any items listed on the consent calendar or any matters not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on this agenda. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2023-01, Comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda, and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time limit for a reasonable time where a disability accommodation has been requested. To facilitate public comment, the deputy clerk will alert speakers when there are 30 seconds remaining. I have 2 comment cards for citizens' business, so I will call those folks first, and then looks like I might have some more. Oh, okay, thank you. And then we'll open it up to anyone else wishing to comment. So first, I have Stuart Campbell. I would invite you to come comment.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the city staffers who helped me negotiate the process of getting here. They were very helpful. I wanted to talk about the upcoming mass deportations and the impact on this community. This is unprecedented in my lifetime, and I think in the country. And I know there's a lot of fear and anxiety that's coming because this is coming to us. I think a crucial role for city government in times of crisis and uncertainty is to provide accurate and timely information in a non-biased, nonpartisan manner. I also think a crucial role is to try and find ways to unite the community. So I'm going to urge you all as leaders of our community to consider putting on the city website the laws, regulations, and ordinance that apply to mass deportation. There's a lot of information out there, most of it by groups with partisan or biased agendas, some of which is misinformation. I know that trusted information delivered accurately and timely can reduce uncertainty and help people cope with what's going on. I can think of a lot of questions. You know, if I'm a business owner and an ICE agent shows up and asks for documentation, what do I have to provide? If I'm stopped on the street by someone who says, I'd like to see your citizenship proof, what do I have to provide? What are the responsibilities and rights of police officers? How do I tell the difference between a local Cotati police officer and an ICE agent when they're knocking on my door? There's a lot of information that people need out there. If it were promulgated by the city government, put on the city website and said, these are the facts, just like Dragnet, just the facts. Not our opinion, not how did we get here, not is this morally right or wrong. These are the facts, and this is how they impact you. Especially if it were to come from the city council with the agreement,
30
I guess,
seconds.
of the other city agencies, first responders, police, fire, so that we're all there and we all have a chance to at least literally and figuratively start at the same point. I also think if you do this, you can help further establish the city council and the city of Cotati as a trusted source of information. And I'm sure you all know, I can't emphasize enough how important it is for people to trust information. So that's what I have.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
so
your
much.
comment. Thank you. A next comment card I have is from Lori Alderman. And there's been an accommodation requested, so we'll have an extra minute on this comment.
I've been living dangerously on Maple Avenue now for a month with the sidewalk gap closure project. I would not call that a sidewalk gap closure. Sidewalk gap would have sidewalks and a gutter. We have a protected bike lane instead of a sidewalk. And we don't even have the bollards like they have up at the junior college. We have a cement block in the dark, in parts, this is between West School between Clifford and Maple. There's it was already it was only room for one car. You've taken out 10 spaces of parking on West School. Even though I told the designer and that a lady by Clifford on West School needs a place to put down the lift. Now there's the asphalt curb, and she can't do it, so they have to put her down, stop in the middle of the street, put her down. You've also taken 4 out in front of my house, including access for paratransit for me and my 87-year-old mother, and the bus has to stop there. And I told you a month ago that my bus was almost hit during this, and it's every day there's something going on. This should never have been I know grant money and everything, you want to have type these and make your county brownie points over protected by, but this, you ruined something that's worked for my whole lifetime in Cotati. It was a pretty country lane that everybody wanted to go down, and now everybody is avoiding it because it's an accident ready to happen, and it should never have those cement. There's parts where there is no lighting at all on West Cotati, and you've got a dark curb, and this just is not acceptable. And then they'll have in front of our house, Damon Obid decides that 5 feet into our house is the right of way. For 2 feet for 52 years, the stop sign has been into our property, and he's telling us it's 5 feet now. That's right away. So he was trying to take land from an 87-year-old bedridden woman. That's how desperate you come. You're not listening to any of us, and I demand you take out the cement blocks. They're dangerous. Nobody wanted it, and just because there's money for a bike lane shouldn't be a bike lane in a beautiful area that you've ruined.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. That will end the comment cards. Is there anyone in the chambers wishing to speak for consent calendar or citizens' business? Can we please open it to Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Once again, speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment for citizens' business or the consent calendar items. Seeing no hands, that will end public comment.
Right, thank you. With that, I will bring it to the council for the consent calendar. Do we have no items on the consent calendar? Okay, then we'll move on. Sorry, had a little glitch there. Okay, so direction on future agenda items. Is there anyone on the council who has direction to give for requests for the future agendas? Yes, go ahead.
Responding to the first speaker, I would appreciate a brief item on a very soon, near-term agenda to have a brief discussion about whether we have a role to play in that.
All right, thank you. Is there any objection to that on the council?
In alerting the public about laws around deportation and ICE and cooperation, all that kind of stuff.
All right, well, whoever the next mayor turns out to be can try to agendize that on a meeting coming up soon. Okay, that will bring us to item 11A, which is our first public hearing. This is the introduction of an ordinance to establish a development impact fee on behalf of the Rancho Adobe Fire Protection District. And who is handling this one? I'll hand it over to you. Okay.
Yeah, I'll start it off, Mayor, members of the council. So as you all know, Rancho Adobe Fire District provides fire protection and prevention services to the city of Cotati, as well as unincorporated areas around the city of Cotati and Sonoma State University. Currently, Rancho Adobe does not have any impact fees to mitigate the impact of development and the increased demand for services that creates. To ensure appropriate mitigation of impacts, the Rancho Adobe Board of Directors directed their staff to develop a nexus study in appropriate mitigation impact fees, which are attached to the staff report in the packet tonight. The Board of Directors for Rancho Adobe ultimately approved the nexus study and fees. However, Rancho Adobe does not have the legal authority to impose the fees. It must rely on the land use authorities within its service area. So therefore, Rancho Adobe reached out to the city and the county of Sonoma to request that both agencies consider adoption of their fee program within our respective jurisdictional limits. So attached in the ordinance is the proposed impact fee. I also mentioned the nexus study that was developed is also attached. The impact fees are categorized by type of land use per square foot. And as the draft ordinance before you is structured, it would by default be administered by Rancho Adobe. So they'd collect the fees, manage the fee fund, issue refunds, et cetera. And this is very similar to school impact fees that we do now. So we don't collect school impact fees directly. The applicant would the developer would collect it from the school district and then just provide us with documentation that they paid the fee before we issue a building permit. And this would be, if the council adopts this or introduces this tonight, this would be a city impact fee program. So as part of the ordinance, there is an administration agreement, and that would essentially establish the relationship between the two parties in administering the fee. So as I said, by default, it's all administered by Rancho Adobe. The administration agreement could ultimately have some different arrangement potentially, but at a minimum, that administration agreement would have indemnification and some just basic provisions like that for the city to adopt it. Just one last thing, that the city has been in contact with staff from the county of Sonoma, and they're currently scheduled to bring this to the Board of Supervisors in January, so it's on a roughly parallel track with ours. And the way the ordinance would get adopted is they would also be adopting around the same time. That would go into effect at in March, essentially, of 2025, is what's in the ordinance. So that's the 60 days, at least 60 days after adoption, be March 25. In this ordinance, it also requires the approval of administration agreements that's in place for the fee program to go into effect. And that's just a broad overview. I will say, so tonight we do have Jeff Veliquette, who's the chief of Rancho Adobe Fire District, in the audience with us tonight, who can speak to this proposed impact fee program, as well as his consultant from SCI Consulting Group, who developed the Nexus study and has been working with the district on this impact fee program. So with that, I'll have you guys come up and walk through your program.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Much appreciated. Mayor Sparks and council members, thank you very much for the opportunity to stand before you and present our fire mitigation fee impact proposal. As mentioned, Jeff Veliquette, the fire chief of Rancho Adobe Fire District, and Blair Oz with SCI Consulting Group. Rancho Adobe Fire District has 3 fire stations. We cover the city of Cotati and unincorporated areas of Sonoma County, including both the west and east side of Petaluma, including Sonoma State University. We respond to about 3,000 calls for service per year from all 3 of those stations, and we're proud to do that and arrive at the scene within 5 minutes and 30 seconds on average of all of those calls. We cover about 100 square miles, so for a small fire agency, that's quite an area to cover. And with that, the first thing I'd like to do is thank you and city staff for the opportunity to be before you and for you to take up a position on our behalf on our ability to collect the mitigation fees. As the city manager mentioned, we are not a land use authority, so that we don't have that ability, and we appreciate the city on that. About the fire impact fees, what are they for? The fire impact fees specifically they're not operating, they don't cover our operating costs, they don't allow us to go out and buy new fire engines, they don't let us remodel fire stations. What they're designed to do is they're designed to cover expansion of our fire service system that we currently have. So the system right now is built to cover and to respond to the community that we have and that we serve. And each time that system expands by development, by people moving into our communities, that puts a new strain or a new service level within the fire district. So these impact fees allow us to prepare for the future, to build a solid financial foundation for expansion. And with that expansion, there's some very clear requirements for how that money can be spent specifically for expansion. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was clear that this wasn't regarding operating costs. Moving to the next slide, on the methodology and approach on how the dollar figures and the cost per square footage was determined, I'm going to ask Blair, as he put together the Nexus study, to go ahead and walk us through that.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Again, Blair Oz with SCI Consulting Group. I'm pleased to be with you this evening. As the chief and the city manager had mentioned, in order to establish the fire impact fee program, we prepared a Nexus study, which establishes the legal and the policy basis for being able to impose those fees. Now, as was mentioned in the earlier slide, the purpose of these fees, it's a one-time fee that is charged on new development so that the fire district can expand the fire system to proportionally serve the growing service population. So the methodology, just really briefly, the methodology and the approach that was used to determine the fees, which is the common approach for these type of fees, is an existing facility standard methodology. So what we do is we look at first existing development, and there's a formula based upon service calls and the service population to determine a factor called existing development. And then we also look at the existing fire system and what's the replacement value, the whole value of that entire system. And that establishes a standard, and that standard serves as the basis for the fee schedule that we'll show you here shortly. But essentially, these fees essentially represent the funding that would be needed regardless if development in the next 20 years is incredibly significant or it's a little lower than anticipated. It's the fees that would need to be generated so that the district can proportionally expand the fire system to serve that growing service population. And I'll just one last thing to add. So the fee by its nature is designed to recover some type of cost, and I think the chief spoke to that. But just to be clear, yeah, the cost components in the fee program are land and any type of stations or accessory buildings, any apparatus or vehicles, and then equipment. So only capitalized projects.
Thank you, Blair. Next slide, please. So what is the fire impact fee? What is it going to cost a developer? It's based on per square footage, and as you'll see in this slide, for a single family housing, per square footage, $2. For a multifamily housing, $2.77. For a mobile home, $1.57 per square foot. On accessory dwelling units under 750 square feet have no fee. Over 750 square feet, they're charged at the rate of the residence. And then for retail and commercial, $2.51. office 415, and industrial 175. So yes, it's a one-time fee, and when you take a look at it at the very first swipe, you say, okay, that is what I'm going to have to pay to buy into the system, so to speak. Next slide, please. Other agencies that have fire impact fees within the county are the Sonoma Valley Fire District, which also covers the city of Sonoma in its entirety, and the Sonoma County Fire District, which covers the town of Windsor in its entirety. And as you can see from the slide here, the costs that are outlined for Rancho Adobe Fire District really fall right within the middle of both of those two on all categories. So we're right in line with our partners. I mentioned the use of the fee revenue, how it can be used. Next slide. And what it can't be used for. So allowable uses are new or added expansion of land and facilities. And we can use 100% of that fee for that. Apparatus, vehicles, and equipment purchases that expand the system. We can use 100% of the fee for that. Facility costs already incurred to provide growth related to capacity, 100%. Now, when it comes to other items, such as purchasing a replacement apparatus, we can only use 10% of that revenue towards that replacement. A fire engine's about $1.2 million. So we could use $120,000 of that revenue towards a new apparatus. And then what it can't be used for. It can't be used for existing deficiencies. It can't be used for existing facility remodels. It can't be used, as mentioned, to go out and buy new fire apparatus that are simply replacing existing within the system. And it can't be used for operational or ongoing maintenance or repairs. Next slide, please. Now, when it comes to how we report this, and how people know where the money's going and how it's being used, there's very specific accounting requirements. So the fee proceeds have to be deposited into a separate account. They have to be accounted for in a separate account. They can't commingle the fees with our general fund revenues. And the fees can only be used for the specific purposes that have been mentioned. And exemptions. Who isn't charged one of these fees? Go ahead to the next slide. Actually, we might have got one ahead of us there.
That might be in the old.
Okay. Anyway, talking about exemptions. So a structure owned by a governmental agency, not charged. Reconstituted structures, including fire rebuilds, not charged. ADUs less than 750 feet, not charged. And then, of course, if somebody is demolishing a portion of their home and rebuilding a portion of that, there's credits there. So we don't charge that full amount. We wouldn't say you're taking 1,000 square feet, knocking half of it down, and then we're going to charge you the full amount. So it's prorated for that. And then also, if a developer is providing land or a building for the fire district in its expansion, that is that's a credit as well. So they wouldn't be paying both of those. And then the fire district has an automatic inflationary calculation that is built into this fee structure so that each year, and it's based specifically on a construction industry metric. So next slide, please. Next slide. As far as stakeholder outreach, one of the goals when we first started talking about this was that we wanted to get the word out, and we did not want to catch anybody by surprise that the fire district was moving forward with a fire impact fee. So we reached out through the City of Cotati, through the County of Sonoma, through the Building Industry Association of the Bay Area, the North Coast Builders Exchange, North Bay Association of Realtors, local area developers, and affordable housing advocates. All received a personal email from me, and then we have also had it posted on our website probably for about 90 days with a specific section including the Nexus fee study and what the proposed fees are. As the city manager mentioned, we would have a collection agreement. So one of the things that I'd like to leave you with is that although this is your mitigation fee on our behalf, it's a pass-through fee. So as people come to you and say, why am I paying this fee? You simply point the finger down the road and say, this is the fire district's fee. It's a pass-through fee that we are taking on their behalf. And then, of course, the agreement, the collection agreement, requires that we follow all of the steps required in the Mitigation Fee Act, which this is based on. So there's legal language. And then the reporting requirements, there's an annual report that we're required to file, and that's within 180 days of the end of the fiscal year. And then there's a 5-year findings report. So all of this is public information available to anybody that wants to take a look at it, along with the audited financials for the fire district. And looking at what our steps are, our timeline. So we started this with our board. Actually, we started this about a year ago. We brought it to our board in June. It was adopted in June and moved forward through City Council. Move forward through City Council, and then we're going before the Board of Supervisors on January 14th with the same presentation. And once it is approved by both councils and the Board of Supervisors, there is a 60-day waiting period before it can be implemented and before we can begin collecting fees. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any of those.
All right, thank you. I will open it up to questions. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple. So one is, I noticed it cannot be used for personnel.
Correct.
So my presumption is this is being asked for because when there are more people, there are more buildings, there's more need. So how, I presume you would also need more people to deal with more calls and not just more equipment. So how is that being handled?
Correct. Yeah, this is really an infrastructure fee is what this is designed to do. This is designed to expand infrastructure. On the personnel piece, Blair, if you have any input on that?
Yeah, on the personnel side, the growth in the service population of the district would result in a higher collection of property taxes, their share of the ad valorem 1% taxes. And so that's generally how that the personnel and operations costs are generally recovered by that growth. But what's been found is that growth of that revenue is insufficient to fully fund the operation expenses as well. So this is sort of needed to supplement those revenues.
Okay, and then another question I had is you commented about if you were rebuilding part of your house that you would only have to pay for the part that you rebuilt. But are you talking about like additions, new structures, or are you just talking the same, like say you have X part of the building and you're remodeling that part of the building and you get a permit for it, you have to pay fees on the restructuring of what's already there, or just new, completely new?
Just, it's expansion.
Okay.
Just new, so expanded square footage.
Okay, perfect. And then my last question was, we got a letter about, two. One was about the other fees that are put on development from county and city. And I'm wondering if, and this might be more for you, Damien, if we know, because they're saying they really add up. And even though each individual one looks little, they really add up. Do we know how much the other ones are?
You know, we're actually right now we're in the midst of updating all of our fees, and so I expect in the next I don't have a precise timeline, but early in the year we're going to revisit the whole universe of fees and look at that and look at questions like that. So that's something I expect to do in the near term, because we're well underway with that. You know, looking at all the fees comprehensively, because what we've had historically is we adopt fees here and then there, and then
Right.
in 10 years another fee's adopted, and it hasn't been looked holistically. So that's part of what is coming here in the near future.
Okay, but in the meantime, we have to vote on this before we know what that is? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I mean, this is before you tonight, but we don't know that yet. But it'll be, a couple months, and, we can discuss the whole universe of fees at that time too, if the council wants to.
Okay,
And
thank you.
what I might share with you on behalf of the district is that, we're here to be a good partner and follow suit with the city. So if the city has a direction that they intend to go with fees, and, we will bring that back to our board and have that same discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Then one last thing. The other thing that was asked is for when the new building is specifically affordable housing, that be an exemption as well for those units that are designated affordable housing. Was that considered?
That's not currently considered, and it's not in the Nexus study or in the resolution that our board has adopted. I suspect that it's going to be part of the larger discussion when it comes to impact fees as a whole. And I would share with you that this is going before the Board of Supervisors as well in January. And the reason that there's a delay in us getting to the Board of Supervisors is they want to have this holistic discussion on impact fees and fees prior to adopting ours. So it's common, right? That's what's happening right now, is everybody's taking a look at those, making sure that they're in line and where they should be.
So,
Whatever policy was, if there was an eventual outcome on a policy to provide an exemption or fee credit to affordable housing, that can come on top of this. There's nothing necessary to adjust the Nexus study. We really can't make any adjustments to the Nexus study to account for that. It would just be something as a policy decision afterwards.
So to clarify, are you saying that if we made a policy decision to that effect in the future, we would be allowable legally for us to go ahead and do that? And we
So
wouldn't need to come back to you and go back and forth again?
Yeah, what's not allowed under the law is to just to account for affordable housing and then take the impact from affordable housing and place it on other development. That's not allowed. So that's why it is it's a more of a policy decision, and it would affect the fee program outside the Nexus study.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Hausch, I saw you wanting to jump in there. Did you have something you wanted to say?
To Councilmember Rivers' question, it's approximately $50,000 to $60,000 in impact fees currently per single-family home. And one of the issues we have is our fees are not currently based on square footage, and so as we've gone through these housing conversations, as an example, our traffic impact fee is a per unit fee. So whether you're building a 700 square foot studio or a 3,000 square foot single family home, you pay the same fee. Part of the fee update that we're bringing will address that by making them, prorate them based on square footage. And so in theory, or not even theory, in practice, smaller units that are affordable by design will in their nature have a lower impact fee cost than larger units, which in theory have more bedrooms, which have more occupants, which then drive the impacts associated with that development.
yeah, I also know of another impact fee where seniors are exempted from it, for example. So I just want to throw that out there. So these are things that we could, what I'm hearing is that this has to be taken as is, and then in the future, we can talk about what kind of modifications we might want to see. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. I saw Vice Mayor Ford with a question.
Thanks. One simple question. You're taking the same proposed fees to the board for the unincorporated area?
That's correct.
Okay. And then this is perhaps for both of you. Just, I want to dig down a little into Councilmember Rivers' questions about authority for making future policy decisions around affordable, say, just as an example, affordable unit exemptions or partial exemptions or something like that. Because it's a city fee, does the city have the authority to make that change, or would that have to be a negotiation between us and the fire district board?
The city council could do it on its own.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's
Just one additional on that. So with the Nexus study, we couldn't raise the fee, right? Because the Nexus study sets the ceiling.
Right.
But there's a potential to lower it, and to be a good partner, we would want to have a discussion.
Absolutely.
But we have
Absolutely.
the authority ultimately.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yes, Councilmember Harvey?
Yes, I had a question, but city manager answered it for me, and that was, we have a lot of development fees that we defer until occupancy, and so I was wondering if this was one of them, and I was told that no, because it's health and safety, it would be required at building permit. So I just wanted to add that. It's not one that can be deferred.
Yes, Councilmember Lemus?
Yeah, just a quick question. Thank you, because I also had concerns about the multiple impact fees. What about applicability? I know they talked, is this for new development? Is there any retroactivity to any projects that we currently have in place?
It is at time of building permit, so whatever projects would be pulling a building permit really after mid-March is when we're looking at the fee going into place.
Mid-March.
Yeah. And it's not retroactive, so anything that has a building permit issued, we don't go back and try to recover those fees. It's anything from that date moving forward.
Moving forward. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
So this is a quick one, and I think I know the answer. I just want to be sure. So the same one is going for county and city, but it's an either or, correct? You're either paying the fee in Cotati or you're paying the fee for the county, but not both.
Right, so that fee program would be in the unincorporated area of the district.
Right, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. It's the Nexus study is across our entire district. So the numbers that you see here are the exact same numbers, and in fact, the exact same presentation that the Board of Supervisors will see.
Thank you. And I had a question just about the kind of the history of the impact fees. Do you know, if it's okay if you don't know this off the top of your head, but do you know how long the Sonoma district and the county district have had their impact fees in place, and why, just historically, why didn't we have an impact fee before, and why is it coming up now?
Yeah, great question. Blair actually did the Nexus study for both of those agencies. And
4 years ago.
4 years, okay. And the reason that Rancho Adobe has not had that is I was not the fire chief at the time. I'd like to pick that, but honestly, it just was never brought forward to our board as an option.
I would represent that these fees are very common across the state, so it was very unusual that a fire district would not have a fire impact fee program. So the county and the districts wanted to bring those forward because it's an important funding mechanism for them.
Okay, yes, one more question?
Sorry, thought of one more. There's a lot of fire district consolidation going on in the county. If we approve such a fee, is there language in the agreement that transfers to any successor agency if your agency chooses to merge with another one, for instance?
So that's going to be a Blair question, but I believe the answer is going to be that the Nexus study would need to be redone over the entire new formed organization. Because right now what you're looking at is here's what it costs within this jurisdiction, here's what it costs within Sonoma Valley's jurisdiction, here's what it costs in Sonoma County Fire District jurisdiction, and they're not the same.
Right.
So I believe that Nexus study would need to be
Yeah, that's correct. You have, each fee program has got its own demographics and a fire system. And so if you were to consolidate with another district, and usually there are some savings in the fire system, and so you don't want to bring forward a new fee program in place of that.
So is a fee program mandated to be system-wide? Like you can't sort of chop up your region into different, do Nexus studies in each of 4 different regions, that comprise your entire district?
No, you can, but it's not advisable just because it is one large system. So the common practice is for a special district, a fire district with multiple service areas, to just do one fee program that's uniform. So
okay, thanks.
The other comment I make, maybe this is an easier answer to the question, but it's up to LAFCO to decide. So an agreement between the two parties couldn't make the decision for the future whether that fee would be applicable. LAFCO would have to decide that. It's not something we all can decide.
All right, thank you. Any other questions before we open it to the public? Okay, thank you for your presentation. And we will now open the public comment portion of the public hearing. I have 2 comment cards. I'll start with Lori Alderman. And I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong thing. So no, never mind. But if you want to make a comment on this one, it's not a comment card, but you're welcome. Yeah. There's been a request for accommodation, so we'll have an extra minute.
This is more a couple questions, partly for the district. Of one thing I saw, the office on that chart was like $4, and the others were like industrial. It was like $2.50, and that just seems out of line. It wouldn't spur office development in Cotati. The other question is, and this goes back to Greg Carricker in the Rancho Adobe Fire District. Are we gonna, because most of our developments are 3 to 4 stories coming in planned, are we gonna finally get a ladder truck? We've been waiting for 10 years, and it seems like if the developments are 3 and 4 stories, that they are the ones that should be paying for a ladder truck. So that's my question, comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the audience, in the chambers wishing to make a comment? Yes, come on up.
Yes, good evening, Council. Thank you very much to the Fire District for identifying, that they have $38 million worth of equipment, and we want to make sure that that increments as it goes on. Looking at the methodology, the way it was organized, the multifamily housing ends up more per square foot. And the theory seems to be that the services are spread across different land usages. And then it comes out that, hey, the people who live in smaller houses have to pay more per square foot. And I just question whether or not that's a good method, and maybe that's for something that we can be talking about or can be talked about generally with the services that are coming up, that discussion. The other thing is that it's automatically index linked, so when that happens, will that be minuted by the fire district? I do read the fire district minutes, so I appreciate that goes out. I've tried to get on an email list to be notified, but I don't seem to get notified when, I know the meetings are very regular and stuff, but the other question would be, there's a study every 5 years. If it changes, if that Nexus study is initiated by the fire district, does it come back to the city council to alter these numbers, these relationships? So thank you very much. My question.
All right, thank you for your comment. Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Jenny Blaker. Just wondering whether there's any overlap in any way with the new fees from Measure H, which were approved earlier in the year. That would be a new source of funding. I just wonder if there's any overlap. And I also was wondering about the increase, the greater amount of fees for multifamily housing. And also, I think the fire chief said that these were quite common fees generally, but we only saw a listing of 3 other places. So I'm wondering, does Roanoke Park have these impact fees? Do other fire districts have the same or similar kinds of fees in the county or not? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to make a public comment? Can we please open it to Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment on this item. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
All right, thank you. I would like to invite the speakers, if you would be willing to come back up, and I could ask some of these questions and maybe get some clarification. So I think the first question was just regarding a ladder truck, and is there a possibility of purchasing a ladder truck? Do you have anything to add about that topic?
Sure, I'd be happy to address it. We don't currently have a plan to purchase a ladder truck. For 99.9% of what we respond to within our jurisdiction, the fire engine does a tremendous job. It does what we need it to do. We do have ladder trucks that are able to respond, and on incidents that occur within apartments or multi-story buildings, there is a ladder truck that is dispatched automatically. It just doesn't happen to come from Rancho Adobe Fire District. So if it's our southern part of the district, we get one from the city of Petaluma. And actually, you probably have seen it up here in Catadia as well, because it's on our automatic alarm assignment, as we call it. And then you've probably also seen a Santa Rosa ladder truck. It's the Tillard ladder truck, the hook and ladder, and you've seen that within the district as well. So we have a very robust system of what we call automatic or mutual aid. And if there's a resource that we need or we anticipate we will need that another agency has, it is dispatched automatically.
All right, thank you. Can you address the rationale between multifamily housing have a higher per square foot
Yes.
rate?
So one of the Nexus requirements that's part of the Nexus study is that the fees need to be determined and imposed in rough proportionality to the demand that's created by different land uses on the district's fire system. So the district in general, I mean, keeping it really simple, they protect residents and employees of businesses, and then they actually protect homes and those businesses, those structures. So when you start to look at the different land uses, you look at the residential density of like a housing unit, or the employment density of different land uses, what you end up, you actually have to look at that level of analysis, and that creates the fee schedule. So the reason that you see, and again, remembering that these are not the resulting fee, they're actually rates. So when you see multifamily being higher than single family, it doesn't quite make sense. Why would you charge more for a smaller apartment unit than you would a single family home? But you have to keep in mind that that's a rate. And so once you apply that rate to the average square footage of an apartment versus the average square footage of a single family home, it becomes more proportional. But underlying that, it just happens to be that we had to look at local statistics for what's the average occupancy of a typical single family home versus an apartment. And they tend to be, on a square footage basis, they tend to be a little bit more dense. And so that's why you have a result, the fee rate is a little bit higher. The same would be for offices. Offices are much more, have a higher employment density than other land uses. So that's why they're going to get more service calls per square foot from an office than they would other structures in general. And so that's why you see that little bit of that, what seems to be inequity, but it's actually based upon the demand that's created.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. When the report is done 5 years from now, will there be an opportunity for, I think the question was for us to make any adjustments to the fee? Was that, anyone else remember? Is that what the question was? Yeah.
The law requires that the fee program be updated within at least 8 years.
Okay.
So if there are significant changes to the fire system or demographics, or there's a consolidation, certainly there would be an update to the fee program, and it would certainly come back before you.
Okay, great.
It'll always have to come back before you for any changes.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I believe the 5-year thing is just that when you collect mitigation fees, there's an expectation that you start spending them within 5 years, because it's a near-term need. And if you don't, you have to explain why. I think that was the 5-year that was
Yeah,
mentioned.
That makes sense.
That report isn't necessarily an update of the Nexus study. But that would come before
I
you
see.
as well. That would come before you as well.
Thank you for that clarification. And then there was a question about, is there any overlap between these fees and the revenue generated by Measure H?
Yeah, thank you. So for Measure H covers about 5 different categories. The one that would be closest related to this is the capital improvement or infrastructure category. And that really is designed for agencies that are today prepared to build new fire stations or do deferred infrastructure work that needs to be done to make them habitable and livable for the future. So that's Measure H is a today fund, and the impact fees are a future expansion fund. So there's really not an overlap in those two. But great question.
All right, thank you. Well, they're not my questions. I'm just relaying them from the folks who are here. And then the last question was, are there we saw 2 examples of other districts within the county. Are there any other districts within the county that have these impact fees? And if not, are they fairly can you give any sense of how common they are throughout the state?
Yeah, I'll take the first part, and then Blair can talk about the state. He has done a tremendous number of these throughout the state of California. As far as Sonoma County is concerned, keeping in mind there's only a few fire districts and other agencies that are city fire departments. So City of Petaluma, City of Santa Rosa, City of Sebastopol, City of Rohnert Park. So they may have impact fees through city government, but I can't speak to that specifically. And then on the other side, for fire districts, the majority within the county, yes, do have them once ours is approved. Are there other districts? There's Grayton. I don't know if Grayton has it. I can't speak specifically to Gold Ridge Fire District, but they are very, very common. And I'll turn it over to Blair to talk about the rest of the state.
Yeah, I would certainly represent that these fee levels are in line with typical fee programs across the state. One of the things that we do find, though, is that when you go to a fire agency that has a large urban corridor, and if you're using this existing service population, they tend to have a little bit lower fees because they have a fire system that's serving a bigger population. And then the fees get a little bit higher than normal when you start to get into rural areas, because you're having to have multiple fire stations and more apparatus serving a smaller service population because they're spread out. So when you go up into the foothills, these fees can even be just even a little bit larger than that, because they've got, you might have a district that's got 5 stations serving only a few thousand residents or something. And so that causes a little bit higher of a fee. But generally, these are very much in line with the state.
All right, thank you. Before they sit down, does anyone have any more questions for them? Yeah.
Yeah, you brought up a good point on the multifamily versus single family. And as Noah will attest to, our laws are changing every day as we change our clothing. And one of the things that is happening with single family dwellings, and I think it's in our ordinance that will be heard a little bit later, is that single family homes are being broken up into ADUs and JADUs, which, to your point on, the number of people being served, that kind of is changing now. And how do you deal with that in your study? Because you don't necessarily know, when you're getting that increased amount of need.
Right. With the accessory dwelling units, that was actually a couple years ago, with the state's interest in trying to create more incentives for affordable housing. Accessory dwelling units were somewhat looked at as an opportunity for affordable housing. So the state had a number of initiatives to try to encourage accessory dwelling units. And what out of that legislation, and if you recall in the schedule, that they have exempted any accessory dwelling units that are 750 square feet or less. And then accessory dwelling units that would be larger than that would be charged proportionally like a single family home. So that's part of that. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't really match up with what you're saying is, you know, the need and the number of people that have to be taken care of versus the actual unit. Because we actually have units within our city, and I'm sure they're going to continue, where there's now 4 separate households, if you will, within one single-family dwelling unit. And that doesn't match with you know, what you're saying as far as, you know, serving folks.
Right. You're going to come up with this. There are going to be some circumstances where you have dwelling units that are much higher occupancy, and there's going to be some on the lower end. But this actually relies upon the U.S. Census figures, as you know, the most recent U.S. Census figures to calculate the average population for a typical single-family home. So.
Yeah, so mine's actually along the same line. So given that the average ADU is between 600 and 1,200 square feet, 750 is a little on the small side. So I heard you say that if it is bigger than 750, that it would be charged at the single-family dwelling. So my question is, if it's a like say it's a sorry. If it's I talk with my hands, that's the Croatian in me, let me put them away. So if it's a duplex, for example, and both of them have an ADU that, because they're on an acre property or whatever, and they both have an ADU that is 800 square feet, then are they still charged at the single family, or are they charged at the multiple because it's a multiple, the original house is double?
Well, under the law specific to ADUs is that it if you have a ADU greater than 750 square feet, it's charged in proportion to the size of the structure that was already there, and so generally you would have ADUs just on single family lots. You do point out a unique circumstance where you might have a duplex that would have an ADU.
And so if it was a multifamily dwelling that had more than one ADU on the property, then it would be
based
charged at the
upon-
multifamily, not the single family.
Correct.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you addressing all of our questions. At this point, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion. So what is the pleasure of the council? Anyone like to speak on this? Yes?
So a few things. I certainly appreciate this being a per square foot fee, and to start us off on heading down that road with all of our impact fees. And I think that'll make the biggest difference for making impact fees more workable for building affordable housing. So I hope as we move forward, we can pull more of our fees into that realm. I am very glad the fee includes a CPI adjustment. We've gotten ourselves in plenty of trouble with not including those on other fees, so that's wise. I am concerned about our ability to include this fee in future approaches to fees that might incentivize affordable housing development, but my questions were pretty much answered on that, and I just want to let the fire district know that I personally am hoping we go that route, that we try to address the impacts of impact fees on being able to build affordable housing. So that may be coming down the pike, but absent that, I don't have an objection to moving forward.
All right. Does anyone else wish to speak or have a motion? Yeah.
I have no objections. I think that this is a good step forward, and I think we'll include it, obviously, when we look at, you know, as you put it, holistically for our fees. So I'm happy to introduce an ordinance authorizing a fire impact fee on behalf of Rancho Adobe Fire District within the city limits of Cotati.
Okay, right, we have a motion. Would anyone like to second?
I'll second. And this is the replacement one that was on our desk, is that right?
Yes, thank you. There's an updated ordinance with one whereas added.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to introduce the the ordinance with a slight adjustment of adding a one whereas clause. Can we please take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Rivers,
Although I wish we had that structure before making this vote, I will vote aye.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes. All right, so this passes unanimously. Will bring us to our next item on our agenda. Thank you to everyone who spoke and came out to talk about this. Okay, so next item on our agenda is item 11B, another public hearing. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance to amend section 17.42.170 accessory dwelling units, junior accessory dwelling units of the Cotati Municipal Code. I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mayor Sparks, members of the council. I'm Autumn Buss, Associate Planner for the city. This item is an updated ordinance for accessory dwelling units. Next slide. Get into some background for this issue. So as was just discussed on the previous item, there has been a lot of state legislation associated with housing, and that has included ADUs. And the state really began delving into legislation related to ADUs, primarily by reducing local jurisdiction control over standards for ADUs in 2016. In response to that, the city adopted its first ADU ordinance in 2020. And that ordinance, which is what we still have on the books, largely mirrored the state law, reiterated a number of the standards. There are many standards within that law related to ADU development. Since that time, there's been a number of changes in the state law. And the consequence of that is that our ADU ordinance is no longer consistent with state law. We expect that there will continue to be changes, tinkering with the state law related to ADUs over the coming years. And the result will be that our ordinance will continue to become more inconsistent if we don't take action, or potentially that a great deal of staff and decision maker time is devoted to updating our ordinance on a regular basis if we continue with the same pattern that we've had, which is a fairly robust ordinance with many standards that reiterate what's in the state law. However, there is another approach, and that is what we're proposing tonight, which is to adopt a much more simplified ordinance that really addresses just the standards over which the city has control and refers back to state law for the balance of the standards of which we have no control. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about how the law has changed since the council at that time adopted our ADU ordinance. Height limits have changed a little bit. Now the 18 feet is the lowest height limit that the city can set. Previously was 16 feet, and that is for ADUs that are within a half mile of SMART or are on multifamily properties. Still 16 feet for other types of detached ADUs, but for the subset of ADUs, it's 18 feet now. Now the lowest height limit we can set is 25 feet for attached ADUs that are physically attached to the primary unit. Front setback requirements can no longer preclude the development of a detached ADU of up to 800 square feet on any property. And 3 ADUs are allowed on any given single family property, and that is basically guaranteed by the law. That includes 1 junior ADU of up to 500 square feet, an additional interior ADU of up to more than 500 square feet, and then an additional detached ADU of up to 800 square feet. There is also now an amnesty for unpermitted and non-conforming ADUs. Owner occupancy is no longer a requirement for ADUs, although it is still a requirement for JADUs, for junior ADUs. Either the primary unit or the JADU itself needs to be owner occupied still. And there are now stricter timelines for cities' review of ADU applications. Next slide, please. And there are more changes coming. As of January 1st, SB 1211 raised the number of detached ADUs on multifamily properties from 2 to 8. Uncovered off-street parking spaces that might be removed for ADU development do not need to be replaced after January 1st. AB 2533 also passed last year and extends the unpermitted ADU amnesty to JADUs and changed the construction cutoff date for the amnesty, moved it up by a couple of years. So all of these things will continue to be not consistent with our ordinance. Next slide, please. So what does state law allow the city to regulate? And there are a handful of things. One of that is limits on ADU size, overall square footage. Cities are allowed to limit an ADU to 50% of the square footage of the primary unit, as long as at least 800 square feet is allowed. And that's something that we have, that has been one of our standards. In addition, studio and one-bedroom ADUs can be limited to 850 square feet, and two-bedroom or larger ADUs can be limited to 1,000 square feet. That is also a standard that we've had, and we apply that on properties that are less than half an acre in size. So half an acre or larger than half an acre, those standards are not in place. However, all ADUs citywide can have a maximum cap of 1,200 square feet. And that is also a standard that we have used. Something that's new is that we may cap ADUs at 2 stories, regardless of the height limit that applies. We may not prohibit parking for ADUs in setback areas, but we can regulate the nature of the specific locations of those setbacks. And those are actually standards that we have that are we consider to be reasonable, that exist in the parking section of our zoning code. Cities are allowed to set a minimum rental period of 30 days to prohibit vacation rental use of ADUs. There are, within very strict state limits, we are allowed to set setbacks and height limits. And then all of these things, these are objective standards that we're allowed to apply to review of ADUs. Next slide, please. So what staff is recommending to kind of get on top of our ADU ordinance situation is that we repeal our existing ordinance, that the council adopt a new streamlined and simplified ordinance that only includes the standards over which the city has some control, or standards that are legally necessary to include in our ordinance. It's our feeling that this will allow us to remain more consistent with state law as that law changes over time, and that such an ordinance would be easier to update as we need to. We're proposing to prepare a handout, kind of a guidelines document that will summarize all of the state and city ADU standards. And that's the draft of that is an attachment in your staff report. And then that is a living document that can also be updated from time to time as needed to allow us to remain current as long as nothing happens that requires an ordinance update. And that's something that we can use, city staff as well as public can use as a guide to what one is allowed to do in ADU development in Cotati. Next slide, please. So the proposed ordinance includes, as I mentioned, the reference to state ADU law as its primary basis, a confirmation that ADUs are reviewed on a ministerial non-discretionary basis, However, it is possible, I want to note that it is possible for the city to perform a discretionary design review process for ADUs that are actually not consistent with state law, but that might otherwise be consistent with our zoning code. That is available to us. The proposed ordinance would limit ADUs in the front setback to a maximum of 800 square feet, and limit square footage as I described on the previous slides. Next slide, please. The ordinance would also set setback and height limits as allowed by state law within those strict band of what we can restrict the heights and setbacks to. Set a 2-story height limit, set the minimum rental period of 30 days. And also we're proposing amendments to the definitions in the code to clarify that ADUs are not included in the unit count for a property, nor the density calculation or the site coverage calculation for a unit or for a property. And also that the presence of ADUs on a single family property do not classify that property as a multifamily property. It'll remain single family in spite of having more than one unit. Next slide, please. There are a couple of kind of policy departures, changes that staff is proposing the council consider. One is related to the height of detached ADU. So as I mentioned, the basic height limit is 16 feet. That's the lowest height limit that a city is allowed to set. And that's if the ADU is within up to 4 feet of the property lines of the subject property. There's an exception within the law now for any property that's within half mile of SMART or is a multifamily property, then the lowest height limit that we can set is 18 feet. So what staff is proposing for consideration that the height limit be set to 18 feet for detached ADUs across the board citywide in the interest of consistency and equity across the properties citywide. The other issue is related to parking. So the state law does allow jurisdictions to require 1 space per ADU. However, there are exceptions within a half mile of any public transit and JADUs. So staff is proposing to remove the parking requirement for ADUs citywide. And I want to update a little bit on that. So in the staff report, we'd explained that there are relatively few areas of the city in our just ballpark looking at the map. It hasn't come up really very often that this is an issue that properties have asked for an exemption based on their location relative to transit. So we thought, well, relatively few properties in the city where this would apply anywhere where we could actually require parking. So we did take a look at the map of the city and drew half-mile radii from various transit stops within the city. And as it turns out, actually the only area of the city that is not within half a mile of public transit is our industrial area in the Northwest, where ADUs are not allowed anyway. So from the practical perspective, the city is not actually able to require parking for any ADUs within the city. We still think that it makes sense to amend the code such that parking is not required for ADUs for simplicity of implementation, just to make things less confusing for people out there who might enjoy reading ordinances. So that's the update on the parking. And this is any public transit. It's any bus line, regardless of direction, destination, headways, service. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on the proposed ordinance on November 18th and recommended that the council adopt the proposed ordinance, including the consistent 18-foot height limit for detached ADUs and removal of the parking requirement citywide. Next slide, please. With that, our recommendation is that the Community Development Department recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing and introduce an ordinance amending Title 17 Land Use of the Cotati Municipal Code in accordance with state law by repealing and replacing Section 1742-170 and amending Chapter 1790 of the code.
All right, thank you very much. And we will save our discussion for later, but for now, before we open the public comment, does anyone have questions? Yes, go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, when did the law change that it's any kind of transit anywhere? Because it used to be there was some very specific language in there about the type of transit it had to be. And when we looked at that, it was determined that the only transit that met that criteria was the SMART station.
So it is confusing because different state laws have different definitions related to transit. So with the ADU law, it's my understanding that at least since the city adopted its ordinance in 2020, the law has always been public transit. And if you read the definition of that, it's just public transit. It doesn't actually refer to what type of service is provided. And so we have interpreted it as such, but as I say, very few instances have come up where we've actually needed to look at the map of the whole city and say, okay, these are the areas that would include and not include. In terms of, say, the transit-oriented development or transit-oriented communities, which is, for instance, is what is applied in the Santero Way area, there the state law, and I think this is actually state law or MTC, fulfilling state law, but the phrase that's used is high quality transit. And in that case, there's a different definition, and it actually refers to certain, and I'm not sure what the definition is exactly, but it's certain number of headways, which is how often the trains are running, or, destinations type, so it really refers to something different than just basic public transit.
And that is the definition that I'm remembering that we looked at, was that definition, not any, because we have, to put it quite bluntly, really crappy transit here. And I don't see that it's going to get any better in the extremely near future. It's going to take a lot of money and a lot of time to really change that. So I guess I don't see anyone using transit that comes once a day. So it really says in this ADU stuff, any transit?
Yeah, the high quality transit station or service is actually for different types of projects.
Okay, well, that's a little unfortunate because I think we're going to hear about that. And you mentioned in the JADUs that there's a requirement for property owner occupancy. How is that monitored? Who monitors that? How do we know that, they just didn't break it all up and the owner's living in, say, Southern California?
It's a good question. It's not addressed within the state law. So I think if you ask the state, they would probably say that the city is responsible for monitoring that.
So nobody's monitoring it. Investors can come in and split up these houses, and that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I will say what's typical is is like requiring the property owner to put a deed restriction on their property. It doesn't monitor it. I mean, this is what I've seen in other places.
What do you mean by a deed restriction?
That's an additional requirement. So JADUs do require a deed restriction.
Okay.
So,
which is the city's responsibility.
But that doesn't mean that in the main part of the house that the owner is going to live in there, right?
Well, the deed restriction says the owner has to be in one or the other.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
Okay.
And that just sits on the property title. And if something were to, so normally how this would come up is you have a neighbor complaint because whatever activity's happening at that house. And then it would allow the city to, it gives the city more tools to be able to deal with that kind of nuisance issue.
So it would only be if there was a code enforcement issue of some nature that we'd ever even find out about it, and then what would the recourse be?
Yeah. well,
If
I
they
mean,
don't live there, I mean.
In terms of, I'm not aware of any city that would proactively monitor those kind of things. It's
Okay.
more of a response to an issue if it pops up, and then the structure's in place to be able to manage that, with the owner.
And what would our recourse be?
Well, they'd be in violation of the deed restriction, and it would be a code case that we'd have to, I don't know all the
Okay.
recourse, but
I mean, one option would be if you're in a documented situation of a violation, we have the ability to impose fines and fees, and then if you don't pay those, we can record a lien on your property, and ultimately, the city would have the ability to collect that money when the property transfers. But there are some instances where those fees collect for a long time because the person does not engage with the city.
Okay, thank you.
Right, other questions? Yes, go ahead.
I had one that's, I think this is in the existing code, but as long as we're cleaning things up, I'm gonna ask about it, so, section B6D, I'm looking at packet page 96. That's the one where that we restrict the, attached or interior ADU to 50%, and it says of the existing gross floor area of the primary residence. So if it's a conversion, that would say you could convert half and so that the two end up the same size? Because I thought the intent was that the ADU be limited to 50% of what remains of the main residence. So I guess the question is, what's the intent there? Do we intend that you could exactly split the existing residence in half Okay. On packet page 99 in the definitions, so there's a long sentence that has a which in the middle of it. It says, on lots with detached accessory dwelling units, comma, which are not included in, and I just want to make sure it's just detached ADUs that are not included in the site coverage calculations. So interior or attached ADUs would be included in the site coverage calculations? I think that's what it currently says, but I just want to know if that's what we're trying to accomplish.
Are you referring to the definition for multifamily housing?
No, it's in the paragraph for single-family dwelling.
The last paragraph on the page,
Yeah,
near the bottom.
packet page 99, the red line addition. It starts with a long paragraph, a long sentence. Single-family dwellings may also contain accessory dwelling units or JADUs or be located on lots with detached accessory dwelling units, comma, which are not included in the unit count. So the which currently only applies to detached ADUs, and I'm not sure if it would be better to just start a new sentence there and say accessory dwelling units are not
Detached accessory, which are not included. So he's saying
You're the attorney. How do we say it right? We want it to apply to all.
Sorry for the awkward silence.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't notice it earlier.
It feels like we might be veering into discussion on this, so maybe we could come back to this and discuss potential changes when we bring it back to council, and then we might have an answer by then.
Yeah, my question was just what was intended, and then
So
we
I can answer about
Yeah.
the intention, though. It is the intention that any ADU would not be included in the unit count and density calculations.
Okay, but how about
And
lot
I agree
coverage?
that that provision needs to be, or that sentence needs to be revised to reflect the intent.
And then how about site coverage? Like an interior ADU seems like it would be hard to subtract.
So we're actually not allowed to include ADUs legally in density and lot coverage calculations. The unit count is my own addition to, beyond the state law, to this proposal, that they not be included in the unit count.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Rivers.
And this is just clarifying. I saw in one place it didn't state it, and in another place it said the setback for an ADU in the front would be 4 feet. But there's 4 feet from the side and 4 feet from the front. Is that also true here? Of 800 feet or smaller, is what I read.
So the state law does not, the state law is silent on whether we can set a front setback for an ADU, and if so, what that would be. The state law, the original version that we went with our ordinance, did not specify that front setbacks were an disallowed mechanism, again, to prevent ADU development. Through an update to the state law, the legislators added front setback to the list of standards that could not preclude an ADU of at least 800 square feet. They did not go on to specify any further standards or mitigations, so that the result is that we know that there is a minimum setback of 4 feet in the front and the rear. I'm sorry, the side and the rear. There is no stated setback for the front. So the staff's feeling is that we will use our best judgment and common sense to apply that section of the code. And so that's why if you look at the guidelines document, the handout, it actually specifies that ADUs should be to the rear or the side, and limited circumstances would allow them exceptions to be placed in the front setback.
Okay,
But if we read, but it's quite possible that the state law doesn't allow us to preclude letting an ADU be
in the front.
at the property line.
Okay. And then my other last question is, and this could be dealt with later as well. I'm curious how, because they can be sold separately, how is that going to be handled? Is the lot going to be split? Like how will that work to sell an ADU by itself?
So, the method for, the allowed method for sale of an ADU is another part of the law that's extremely confusing. And so it's our take that sales are allowed under sort of a limited set of circumstances. The law refers to tenancy in common as being a mechanism. It doesn't actually state that subdivision is allowed. So we did opt to be silent on that in the ordinance, and just work on interpreting the law when someone came to us asking if they could sell. But it is something that it is very confusing, and at this point it looks like it would be under very limited circumstances that an ADU could be sold separately from the primary unit.
And that's your interpretation, that's not what it says, correct?
The law says they can be sold separately, and
Yes.
it doesn't get into the specifics
How.
of how. So,
Right.
as an example, in let's just say a standard single-family neighborhood, there's minimum lot sizes, there's minimum setback requirements, there's a lot of development criteria that are set on development within that subdivision. If someone were to come in to propose to do a subdivision to legally carve off the ADU and create a separate parcel, it wouldn't comply with many of those standards. The code, the state law says they can be sold separately, but it doesn't provide guidance on how local jurisdictions are to interpret a subdivision process if it was proposed. Then, so that's one situation that's, we don't know. Then somebody could propose a condominium subdivision, so that's called an airspace map, where they're creating a legal parcel, but it's not, doesn't include the actual ground. So like an above garage ADU could be carved up as a condominium in theory. And then additionally, there's, and that has its own mountain of state law and requirements, condominium maps. And then separate from that, you could do a TIC, tenant in common, which is how many of the developments in San Francisco are, the older historic buildings. There's no subdivision. The city actually isn't even involved many times. It's a contract and a legal agreement where essentially the building becomes a corporation, everybody has shares, and those shares are defined as to what you own. And the city's not involved. So there's multiple mechanisms available to how these properties could be created and transferred, and the state is silent on how it's to be done in many instances, except that we have to allow it.
Okay, other questions? Yes, Celia. Councilmember Lee.
Yeah, I had a question on the roof heights that's on 106. Does the maximum height, does that include the 2-foot roof pitch, or is that in addition to that maximum height?
No, the 2 feet to allow for the roof pitch would be in addition to the stated height limits.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any last questions? All right, we're going to open the public comment portion of this public hearing. So if anyone in the chambers wishes to make a public comment on this item, you're welcome to step forward to the podium now. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone come forward. Can we open it to Zoom, please?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. Seeing no hands, that will end public comment.
All right, thank you. I will bring it back to the council for discussion. I think there were several things that we need to work out. Do we want to extend the height limit to 18 feet citywide as per the suggestion of the Planning Commission? Do we want to remove the parking requirement citywide? And we also need to have some revised language for the clause that Council Vice Mayor Ford brought up. Is there anything else that folks would like to discuss? Yeah.
Well, I understood that both of those were not, they weren't our choice. That 18 is what is the new law,
Well,
and that parking is the new law.
My understanding of it is we're allowed to have 16-foot height limit in, away from SMART. That's more of the high-quality transit definition, I think.
Okay, I mean,
But that it might simplify things for folks who are making plans if it's all just the same
Okay.
throughout this. Is that accurate? Or were you talking about something else? Sorry to cut you off guard.
We're still talking about the 50% of
oh,
Okay.
square footage. I'm sorry.
So back to the 16 versus 18 feet, are we allowed to have a 16-foot height limit at certain places through the city? Or
Yes.
is that also like everywhere is so close to a bus stop that we're not actually?
Oh, no, yes,
No, we
we
can
are
have-
allowed to, and that is what our ordinance has said, and so we can continue with that. It's outside of a half mile from SMART or on multifamily properties where it has to be 18 feet or higher.
and when you just answered, I think, Councilmember Lemus's question, it's really 18 feet and 20 feet? Because there's an additional 2 feet on top of the, whatever number we start with, is that?
Right,
So
yeah. in that-
16 feet is 18 feet and 18 feet is really 20 feet.
So what the law actually says is that additional 2 feet is to accommodate a pitch that echoes that of the primary unit. Okay, so, if the primary unit happened to be flat on top, which isn't per our design standards, but then that actually wouldn't be allowed. So in effect then, yes, the height limit of that 16 feet or 18 feet would be measured to the top of the wall, and then the pitch would be an additional 2 feet, so that would be measured at the top of the pitch, the peak.
All right, so I would be interested to hear from folks, what do you think about the proposition of raising the height limit to 18 feet citywide, removing the parking requirement? Is everyone generally in favor of those planning commission recommendations?
I have less concern over the 16 versus 18 feet than I do with the parking. Parking is one thing that no matter where you go, no matter who you talk to, every time we do a development, anytime you walk around the city and talk to anybody, parking is a problem. So that one I do have a lot of indigestion with, but the 16 versus 18, I could live with that.
I'm okay with both, given that it seems that because the parking restriction is near any transit, there really aren't any units that we could require parking on. I'm okay with the, red language that's in our packet to remove the requirement for additional parking, though I also hear some grief about parking. I get it.
All right. Can I consult with the city attorney? Have we come up with some way to solve the language on the which?
Okay, so I'm on packet page 81, which is the clean version. It's under the definition of single-family dwelling, right above section 7. And I'm about the fourth line from the bottom of that paragraph. Well, I'll read the whole sentence. Single-family dwellings may also contain accessory dwelling units or junior accessory dwelling units, or be located on lots with detached accessory dwelling units, period. ADUs and junior ADUs are not included. I'm sorry, I made a change there. I struck the which and added a period. Accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units are not included in the unit count, density calculations, or site coverage calculations. For the purposes of determining consistency with this title, remove the comma and remove which, and then the sentence continues.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any additional proposed changes related to the 50% question?
I don't think any of us are aware of any limits on, there, I don't believe there's a 50% limit or anything like that regarding the interior splitting up of a unit. We're trying to search the code, but not having any success at the moment. It's possible there's something in the code that we're not aware of, but I haven't found anything.
So I just want to clarify, so looking at this again, so what we have here is what is allowed by the state law, okay? And so and because the state law is difficult to follow, it's possible that, you know, this is not the exact wording, but I think it is from the law itself, which means that, so yes, on the face of it, the state law does not allow any caps on ADU size. This is one of a few areas where jurisdictions may set some additional standards. And I think that this is verbatim from the law. And it doesn't make sense, right? So that is true of the bulk of the law. There are references that don't make sense. There's things that should have been included that don't seem to have been. So in this case, essentially what the law is saying doesn't really compute, because I think the idea would be that you would end up with an ADU that's half the size of the primary unit. And I think that that's what they meant. I don't think that's what this says. And so what I don't understand, though, is because I don't have the law in front of me with that specific reference, is whether we have to say exactly that or whether there's some flexibility.
Is this state law or ours?
This is the state law.
So maybe what we, sorry, go ahead.
My main question is whether the word existing is in there, because if the word existing is removed in the two places in the paragraph, then it all makes sense. It's only the word existing that causes trouble. It is there?
So I would propose that I'll just give you my thoughts on, take my turn here. I'm in favor of doing increasing to 18 feet citywide, just for simplicity, removing the parking requirement since we can't enforce it anyway, and the new language about lot coverage and unit count clears things up. I would propose we move forward the existing language that we have tonight, and if between now and next time we meet, we discover that it's actually different, we could reintroduce this and start fresh, and it would only delay us by 2 weeks. And if it turns out that it's all consistent and the language is what it needs to be, then we can move forward with it. So that would be my proposal, yeah.
Just a quick question on the, because I actually agree with Councilmember Harvey about the parking, but you're saying we can't enforce that anyway?
There's nowhere, according to what we're hearing from staff, there's nowhere in the city that is more than half a mile from transit, other than the industrial areas where ADUs aren't allowed anyway, so.
So we can't, so even if we wanted to not have it,
we could put the parking requirement in the code, but it would be inconsistent with state law and it wouldn't be enforceable.
okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
And one more thing, so I'll wade into this and see if I don't misspeak in some way. So this is, I'm talking about packet page 96. This is the provision that Councilmember or Vice Mayor Ford brought up. It appears that, at least this is the conversation that we're having, is that the first sentence where it says the gross floor area of an attached or interior ADU shall not exceed 50% of the existing gross floor area in the primary residence. The interior, that word interior was something that appears to be added into this ordinance, not in the state law. So it appears to mean to me that if you're doing an attached ADU, you can expand it up to 50% of that existing primary residence, not interior infilling it, right? There doesn't, at least that we've found so far, doesn't seem to be any state limit on how much interior space you can convert. So you could convert the whole thing, I guess, or whatever. I don't think that's real, but you could, that we can find, there's no limit on how much interior space you can convert. So I think it's up to our discretion how much we want to allow. And I think that's what this is trying to accomplish, that you can't convert more than half of your existing home into an ADU.
So could we change the wording?
Yeah.
Would it be allowable to change the wording to say, instead of existing space, to say the square footage of the primary residence? Say cannot exceed 50% of the primary residence square footage?
Yeah. So you're saying the gross floor area of the primary residence?
Yeah, just remove the word existing.
The exist. Yeah. So.
Okay, well, I'm going to bring us back to my previous recommendation,
Sure.
which is we continue with the
Yeah.
language as it is tonight, and if we need to, we can reintroduce this and make a small adjustment.
Yeah, I think so in state law, it's pretty clear that it can't exceed 50% of the existing primary dwelling, an attached ADU. So I guess really the question is, do we want to restrict how much of an interior of the existing primary residence we want
I'm
to?
hearing you, but then when I proposed a way to do that, we were hearing that that's not consistent with the state wording. So I think we need more research on that before we move forward with something like that, and I don't think we're equipped to wordsmith this on the dais tonight.
Okay, just one last attempt at clarifying, though. I think that, in my read at it at this point, I think that we need to leave in the word existing because that is what the state law says.
That's what I was proposing to do just now.
Okay, so, but I think that what is problematic here is the use of the interior. And so what I would actually suggest is that the council strike that word. Looking at this again, I don't see that the state law allows, I think as John was saying, does not allow a restriction on the size of an interior conversion ADU. It does allow a restriction on an attached ADU, which would be an addition.
Okay, so let's propose then that we strike the word interior. Are folks okay with that?
Would it be or interior?
Or interior.
Or interior? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, one more question? Yeah.
I know you want to be done with this, but my question is, do we care if an exterior or non-attached ADU is larger than the primary?
Are you asking us or?
Yes, because this is about attached, but I don't see anything about not attached. And do we care, does that matter to us, that a non-attached ADU be half the size of the primary structure? Do we care about that?
Well, oddly, the state law requires or prohibits you from approving an attached unit that's more than 50% of the primary unit.
I'm saying unattached, like a
detached.
separate.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, detached.
Sorry about that.
Is Vice Mayor Ford?
Yeah, I wondered about that too, but I decided I was comfortable with the 1,200-foot overall limit. And so even if the house is 1,100, they built a 1,200 ADU, I'm okay with that. It doesn't allow a 1,000-foot main house and a 3,000-foot ADU, so I'm okay.
Well, that's why I was asking, do we care, right?
I think I'm comfortable with the limits that are in the proposed ordinance.
I'm just, the only thing I'm not comfortable with is the parking. I have a hard time believing that they intended, just because there's a bus stop there with a bus that never comes, that you can't you can't have a car, especially in light of what you were saying with there's no setbacks in the front. So now the parking spaces that were available, if you can build up to the property line in the front, you've kind of eliminated that parking. I just have a hard time believing that it's just if a bus happens to come into town. So that's the only part I'm not comfortable with.
Could we include a provision that said one parking space is required for ADUs unless prohibited by state law or something like to that effect. I think
That
that's the
would
best
be-
we could do.
That would be okay.
Okay.
I mean, we can do that.
Okay.
I think it's not necessary per the wording of the code, the state code, but we can include it.
Okay.
That I could live with.
Okay. All right, are there any other discussions? Yeah.
So for simplicities, and you can tell me if there's something I'm not thinking of, because I have a feeling there is. What if it was just 1,200 period, like attached or non-attached limit?
Personally, this has gone to the Planning Commission for review, and they've taken a look at all of it and recommended it to us in this format. I mean, I'd be open to making changes, but I don't see a compelling reason to redo all the limits on the fly right now. So I'm kind of would rather move forward with it as we have it, but I'm open to hearing what other people think.
Well, that's how I'm feeling too, and also, like, back to your original question, like, an accessory dwelling unit larger than the main residence seems to contradict the definition accessory, and even more so, a junior ADU that's bigger than the main residence, that just doesn't fit with what the word should mean, so I'm okay with the limits like they are.
All right, well, is anyone willing to take a stab at this motion? Okay, give it a try.
All right, I move that we introduce an ordinance of the City Council amending Title 17 Land Use of the Cotati Municipal Code in accordance with state law by repealing and replacing Section 1742-170 accessory dwelling units / junior accessory dwelling units, and amending Section 17.90.020 definitions of specialized terms and phrases as presented in our packet with these changes, changing of the sentence on parking to read 1 parking space per accessory dwelling unit or junior accessory dwelling unit is required except when this requirement is prohibited by state law.
Excuse me, JADUs are
Oh.
exempt from the parking requirement
sorry,
across the
you're right.
board.
Right, accessory dwelling units. The 1 parking space is required per accessory dwelling unit except when this requirement is prohibited by state law. And the change that the city attorney gave to the unit count density calculations or site coverage calculations sentence. Oh, and.
What about the
and-
gross floor area, that or interior? I thought.
Oh,
was
you're right,
gonna
removing the
come out.
parenthetical statement or interior in
96?
B
96?
5D.
Yeah,
And using detached ADU height limit of 18 feet citywide.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll second the motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Rivers,
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
yes.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes. All right, that passes 5-0. Okay, I would like us to have one more item, item 12A, before we take a break, if that's all right with folks, unless anyone needs a break right now. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 12A, which is authorization of a discretionary payment to CalPERS and status of city pension plans.
Good evening, council members. I'm going to briefly, we just give a quick update on where we are with the pension plans and invite Dimitri up. You want to go ahead? He'll be providing the presentation for us this evening. As you know, we have adopted an unfunded pension liability policy. As a part of that policy, we are continuing to monitor unfunded liability balance that we have for our CalPERS plans, our pension plans for our employees. With that, we want to make sure we're meeting certain funded thresholds as a percentage basis, and we continue to evaluate that. with Dimitri with Ridgeline Municipal Strategies here in person for the first time. We've been doing this since COVID, remote over Zoom, maybe one of our first meetings. And so he's pulled all that data and information to us together to present this evening.
All right, good evening, Mayor Sparks, members of the council. If any of you were wondering, is that talking head on the screen, is it AI generated? I'm alive. Okay, so we quickly wanted to give you an update on where the city stands with CalPERS as of the most recent information that we have from the pension fund, and request some guidance on or approval on some additional steps. So next slide, please. All right, so quick overview. In January of 2022, the city closed on pension obligation and street improvement loans, which allowed the city to pay down the CalPERS unfunded liability by about $6 million. And that saved the city $2.25 million over the next 20 years. Okay, so, and that was general fund money. That was, you know, kind of goes right to the heart of what, you know, the money that is used by the city for daily operations. That closing actually took place right before an unprecedented run-up in interest rates. So the timing worked out great, and really the savings, they speak for themselves. So since then, one of the key drivers of what happens with CalPERS is the investment performance of the pension fund. And in 2022, fiscal year ending 2022, the CalPERS lost 7%, which was a tough year, and we talked about it last year, and the city has made some pretty substantial additional discretionary payments to make sure that the additional unfunded liability is not creating the negative amortization. So really implementing the policy and saving the city's additional money down the road. In fiscal year 2023, CalPERS made about 5.8% investment return, which is good, but not good enough. It's 1% below the 6.8% discount rate, which is the target. So that created some additional unfunded liability that we'll see on the 2023 analysis. And then fiscal year 2024, CalPERS recently announced an estimated investment gain of 9.3%, which is great, because anything, as you might remember from the prior discussions, is the break even with CalPERS is not zero. Break even is 6.8%, the discount rate. So anytime they make less, that creates additional unfunded liability. Anytime they make more, that reduces the unfunded liability. So 2024 is the first good news in a few years, and we'll see some reduction in unfunded liability from that. So next slide, please. This is the summary of the city's 6 pension funds. There's 4 classic plans, first and second tier miscellaneous, first and second tier safety, and then there's PEPRA, safety and miscellaneous plans. So altogether, the first column summarizes what they call total accrued liability, which is basically the amount of money the city needs to have in its account with CalPERS as of the date of the valuation, which is June 30, 2023, the most recent report from CalPERS, in order to be able to meet the obligations to the retirees and employees, retirees, and the beneficiaries. So basically, the city needs to have $45.5 million to be fully funded, to not have to worry about anything else. As of June 30, 2023, the city actually had $37.8 million with CalPERS. That's the second column. And the third column is the unfunded accrued liability, which is the difference between what you need to have and what you actually have. It's the shortfall, and that's about $7.7 million. And across the board, the pension plans are about 83% funded. And you see that the biggest, really the most of the unfunded portion is with the classic first year miscellaneous and safety. So that's the snapshot. We're doing much better than before the refunding, 83% funded. And that's the most recent information that we have from CalPERS, and that's as of June 30, 2023. They published data a year late,
and we kind of have to make extrapolations based on other information that they release. So next slide, please. So what happened in 2024? CalPERS made some extra money, so that is expected to reduce the unfunded liability, as well as the city has made some additional contributions. And we ran the numbers, and this is an estimate. We won't see the final number until the report is published in August of 2025. But we're estimating that just looking at all the known information, the two classic plans will be about 85% funded, and we're estimating the UAL balance to be about $5.8 million. So a pretty good reduction from this year. Next slide, please. So this graph is the summary of what the payments to CalPERS and on the outstanding pension debt look like going forward. The first 8 columns are the recent payments. They're in the green colors, light green and dark green, and then the blue colors are the payments through 2045. That's when the current unfunded liability is scheduled to be paid off. As of 2023, the combined amount of payments to CalPERS and on the pension debt is expected to keep rising until 2029, at what point it will hit $1.1 million, and then will stay at that level for a while. And then there's going to be 5 years of lower payments because most of the pension debt will be repaid by that time. And then there is 3 more years of the repayment of the unfunded liability. So this is the 2023 report. Okay. And on the next slide, we have a little bit more information on how the extra earnings of CalPERS are actually benefiting the city. So they made 9.3%. That's extra funding surplus of 2.5%. Really across the 6 pension plans, the city is estimated to see a benefit of almost $1 million, $945,000, which is great news. 2025 results are still too early to tell. CalPERS they did really well in the first quarter. They made 5.8%, which is great performance for the quarter. This quarter is shaping up really, really nicely. Regardless of what people think about the outcome of the election, the market definitely liked it. So there's been a run-up in investment returns. But we're way too early in the year. The worst year of the last decade was 2022, and really CalPERS was doing great for the first 3 quarters, and then the entire loss happened in the 4th quarter. So too early to celebrate, but things are right now looking not too shabby. So kind of taking that almost $1 million in extra earnings from CalPERS and applying it to the repayment curve is on the next slide. So the red line above, that's the payments that we just talked about a couple of slides ago, where we said that the combined payments will hit $1.1 million. Once the extra earnings from 2024 are applied, that payment will actually go down by almost $100,000 a year. So that's a good news. The city will be seeing some better payment patterns in a few years. This is not making any difference for the next 2 years, but then as the ramp up is applied, and the payments get lower. Next slide, please. So the recommendations that the staff has requested from the city council is implementing the pension liability management policy is, and all these years get a little bit confusing, 22, 23, 24, and when does this stuff kicks in. But basically, what we're trying to do now is that small unfunded liability that was ended for fiscal year 2023, what we want to do is to cover the interest that the CalPERS is accruing, but not asking you to pay, right? So the city to, being proactive and really, the big policy thing was done when the unfunded liability was significantly repaid through the refunding. And now what we're trying to do is make annual good, steps in the right direction that will create kind of the snowball of good outcomes for years to come. So making sure that the city is staying current on the interest to CalPERS. The staff is asking for additional discretionary payment authorization to take place $62,000 this year. Another $62,000 once the new fiscal year 2025 starts. So, and from those two payments, the estimated cash flow savings are about $77,000 over the term of the 20-year term of the repayment of the unfunded liability. And finally, the last slide is in the policy, we have a target of 90% funding for the pension plan. And of course, right after the policy was adopted, the CalPERS had a big loss of 7% that really set back the city in achieving the target. And that's a big nut to crack. So we've been making incremental steps with the ADPs. And like I said, the estimated fiscal year 2024 funded level is about 85%. The additional discretionary payment that the city has already made this year, $290,000, is estimated to raise that level to about 86%. So the gap to 90% is $1.6 million. The two additional payments that are being asked to be authorized will further help reduce that gap. And also, there's some additional things that we talked about with the staff about the possibility of making some additional ADPs and re-amortizing, removing the ramp up and going to the flat payment structure for 2022 basis. Those are really big steps, really big decisions. And based on, as more information becomes known about the performance of the city's general fund and the budget and availability of cash, the staff later on might come with additional recommendation. But right now, the only thing that's being asked is the two small additional payments this year and the next fiscal year. And with that, I can answer any questions. Sorry, that's a lot of numbers, but CalPERS is hard to talk without numbers.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, go ahead.
I'm just curious on the chart. It's 126 in the packet. It shows it's the one with the debt service and the payment with the red line.
Yep.
So I'm just, and this is like ridiculously far ahead, but the 20, 43, 44, and 45.
Yep.
I'm wondering if there's a reason it's not kind of leveled across the three instead of having one be 127, 350, and then 0.
Yes. If you kind of visualize how CalPERS does their stuff, is every year they make changes to the unfunded liability. What they don't do is they don't recalculate the repayment structure. So kind of the existing unfunded liabilities is set in stone, and then whatever happens in the year is added on top of it. And if you actually graph all the add-ons, it's like a multi-layer cake. So because of this incremental additions and reductions on from the top, that's what created in 2043 CalPERS. That was impacted by a large return in 2021, where it just shaved off the back of the curve. And then the big loss of 2022, it kind of reemerged after that shave off. And now the 2045 is adding a little bit of a tail on the back end. So these are, any new UL is handled over a 20-year repayment period.
Okay, well,
The-
maybe,
This jump, like, I've been asked about this like, by every client, like, what is going on?
yeah, no, I'm not questioning.
Yep.
I'm just like, just for budgeting purposes,
Right.
it feels like it would make better sense to, keep it level across all 3 years instead of having that dramatic, But maybe we can budget for it and then just know that it's going to come due in a different way. All right, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Lemus.
Yes, is there an example here of what it would look like if we make those additional payments that are being requested today?
So there is a memo that accompanies the packet. And there is so many tables and charts in there. But these are very small incremental payments. The payments are only about $62,000 in the global scheme of things of, something that's approaches $1 million. And the combined savings are about $70,000 that will accrue over the life of the UAL. So it's this is a pretty mild year, so it's kind of hard to see. But what we're going after is the big thing that created the UAL is for decades the public agencies were just letting CalPERS do what CalPERS wanted to do. And the goal is, in adopting the policy and implementing the policy, is really set ourselves on the right course of action, where the snowball effect of multiple right steps in the right directions over,
So it's just
over 2
managing
decades.
a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in that memo, is there charts that show kind of what the impact would be of that?
Yes, and
There's not a specific chart that
Okay.
shows the $77,000 of savings over time. It's just included within the statement about the payment. There's, right, so, looking. I think negative amortization elimination analysis, so.
Yes.
It's packet page 132.
132. I mean, I know a lot of communities are facing this, but I'm just kind of, for Katati, what impact that would make. Thank you.
yeah, the impact of these two additional payments is long-term savings of $77,000.
Long-term savings, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And the goal is to pile up those savings every year so that down the road, the city is in a much better spot.
Thank you. Did that answer your question? Yes. Okay. So I had just one question. Is the amount of these discretionary payments that are proposed in line with the policy that we adopted, the
Yes.
pension line? Okay, so it's just we're just
Yep.
approving, following our own policy that we've already decided on?
Right, it's
Okay.
following our policy and it's actually already included within our adopted budget.
Okay. And just to clarify from staff, tonight you're asking for approval of both of those two payments in both fiscal years?
We can just approve the one for this
For this
fiscal
fiscal year?
year. Yeah, because the other one will be included in our budget.
And
for
the
next
second
year.
recommendation in the report about leveling out the amortization is something we would handle
We'll
at
come back in
strategic planning?
strategic planning,
Okay,
correct.
thank you. All right, any other questions? All right, thank you. You have a question?
Yeah, just, so if it's policy, why do we have to approve it?
Because it's a decision made by council, policy sets forth what we should be doing. Like we were saying, we're making small steps, which also includes removing any negative amortization as part of our policy. We've included within our budget. However, doing any payment larger than a $25,000 payment, typically, if it's usually under a contract or some other means that comes to council for approval. And as this is another one-off payment, it was just, since we were bringing it to council anyway, it's best practice to already get approval for that payment as well.
And I think another thing that we want to be mindful of is we don't want to set this on automatic, because sometimes, like what happened in 2022, the payments can get very large. So we still wanted, in the policy, we gave the council discretion and the staff the ability to discuss this and decide, right, if this is too big of a step. We don't want to, like, all of a sudden, throw several $100,000 into the budget that no one, you don't have to make the payment, but it's a good practice, right?
Right, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Murray.
Dimitri, I just wanted to thank you for the different charts and things. It's a pretty complicated thing, and you do your best to simplify it for us.
Yes.
So I really appreciate all the work that went into laying this out. It was really very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate it a lot. We're going to go ahead and open it up to public comment now. So I'll go ahead and invite you to take your seat. All right, if anyone in the chambers would like to make a comment, you're welcome to come up. And we're having a technical difficulty. We have a way to do the timer right now, Kevin?
I can have one on my desktop, but not displayed on this screen at the moment.
Okay. And we will have an extra minute for this comment due to accommodation.
Okay. How much time are we going to, and resources are we going to spend on unfunded pension reliability, and what's the trade-off? We don't have any senior services or anything, and every time you put these big payments to, you're taking away from services. There's no adult services, there's no teen services. It's all to, we mortgaged our future with $6 million 2 years ago on unfunded, and it just seems we're never going to catch up. And CalPERS, yeah, they had that big loss, but why should the citizens of Cotati suffer for years without services so we can catch up with their UAL payments, the loss that happened with CalPERS a couple of years ago? I mean, we've already, debt service is going to be close to $2 million in a couple of years. We jumped up, and this is not the way to run a city. We need services. All of my family services are county services because City of Cotati has no money. And just putting more and more to
Recording in progress.
pension, it just makes no sense. You're going to have a city, yeah, these guys love pensions, and we'll have nothing. Thanks.
All right, thank you for your comment. If anyone else would like to make a public comment, you're welcome to come to the podium.
Good evening, Adrian Lobby, resident of Cotati. Thank you for keeping our city solvent, and for you and the other people who come before you. Cities go bankrupt because of not paying attention to stuff like this. And, you know, that you can consider, oh, we should pay a little extra here to make it work over the long term. You have to have some money in the bank, in the ethical bank. You have to have some money to play with to do that. So I appreciate you all for being good financial managers. We have a ceasefire resolution here. The State of Israel has not listened to us. They still continue to do genocide daily in Palestine. I think we should talk to CalPERS and ask them not to, ask them to divest from any of their holdings that support the Israeli government. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers? I see someone coming forward. Welcome.
Yes, good evening, City Council. Neil Hancock. It's very informative to get this overview, and of course, people who tie themselves to the stock market really need to live by the stock market, and so I don't hear that. There seems to be upside benefits, but no downside benefits. We do have an ordinance or a discussion that's following on affordable housing. I mean, maybe we can make a similar contribution to that. I think that would be just in terms of fairness. But anyway, just a point of view. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to comment on this item? Do we have Zoom back online? If you're on Zoom, we're doing public comment for the pension liability item, item 12A. Yeah.
Yes, Mayor Sparks, as far as we can tell, Zoom is back up here. I don't believe the audio ever cut out, but the video did for a few minutes. But speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. Seeing no hands, that will end public comment.
All right, thank you. So we will bring it back to the council. Anyone willing to make a motion or have any further discussion?
May I make?
Sorry, yes, go ahead.
I would like to make a clarification. So the reason why these discretionary payments are being considered is because CalPERS charges interest on the outstanding unfunded liability. So we're not throwing more money into CalPERS just because we want to throw more money into CalPERS. CalPERS unfunded liability is really debt that the city is required to pay. There is a repayment schedule, and there is an interest cost associated with it. So the purpose of the additional discretionary payments is to reduce the future interest cost for the city. And I want to make sure that the public appreciates that fact. It's not that it's just we're throwing money because we have nothing else to do with the money. It's the prudent debt management strategy, and really trying to avoid the same situation that led to the financial crisis, where people were taking out mortgages with negative amortization. So that, I just wanted to highlight that and remind kind of everybody why these actions are being taken is really to take the right steps in the right direction.
All right,
Yep.
yeah, thank you for that clarification. So we're not just putting additional principal, the analogy to a house, we're not putting principal payments into the mortgage, we're just paying and making sure we're paying the interest. Yeah. Okay, yes.
I was going to give you a motion. Let's see, receive the presentation, discuss options, and adopt a resolution authorizing an additional discretionary payment for the amounts already included within the fiscal year 2024-25 budget.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll just go ahead and do this all at once. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so we've approved that unanimously. We are in a moment going to take a break. I do want to explain that Vice Mayor Ford has communicated to me that he needs to recuse himself from our next item due to living too close to the project site. So when we come back from break, there will only be 4 of us here. Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break. We're going to start back up in a moment. If folks would like to find their seats, we'll be starting in about 30 seconds. All right, we are going to reconvene here. The next item on our agenda is to review and discussion of design options for a proposed affordable housing project on city-owned property at 120 East Cotati Avenue. And I'll remind folks that Vice Mayor Ford had to recuse himself due to living too close to this property. All right.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. My name is JP Harries. I'm a senior planner with the City of Cotati. And I'm just going to do a brief introduction and a little bit of background before we get started with the presentation from our development team. So this is regarding the property at 120 East Cotati. This is the 0.9 acre property that is vacant, and it's on East Cotati Avenue, and it spans from Charles Street to La Plaza. So tonight what we're going to be doing is looking for feedback and direction from the council. This is not an action item. You're not taking any action. You're just going to hear a presentation and provide some feedback. The presentation will be from Freebird Development and their design team, HKIT Architects, and they'll discuss the process to date, the results of our community meetings, of which we've had 2, and also present to you the concept plans that were developed through discussions with staff as well as the community meetings. Just for some background, the city purchased this property in 2023 and then sought to find a partner to build affordable housing on this project, 100% affordable housing. We issued an RFP in 2024, and then Freebird Development was selected as that partner. And then we entered into a 12-month negotiating agreement. We're in the middle of that agreement now. It has certain performance standards. Part of that is to have a course of at least 3 community meetings. We've had 2. This is really functioning as a 3rd meeting, but it's good because it allows us to get the city council's input at this time. Assuming the negotiating agreement is successful, we will then accept an application from the developer and enter into a DDA, a disposition and development agreement, which will be forthcoming, which will set the terms of how that property is to be developed. So again, tonight we're going to be looking at looking for feedback. Primarily, we're looking at some kind of key points to look at are mission style versus craftsman. We've kind of narrowed it down to those 2 styles, and whether or not you have any strong feelings about exterior sidings or color. And then another issue is the building is proposed at this time to be 3 stories along the East Cotati frontage, and then it kind of comes in like wings at both La Plaza, at the 2nd and 3rd stories, and on Charles Street. One of the ideas that the developer has proposed is to step down from 3 to 2 stories at those wings, and that's to basically to integrate with the additional development. By doing that, you end up losing some units. So we've been talking to the development team saying, let's bring this here to the council and hear what you have to say, because we could potentially lose 4 units. And the way funding is structured for this type of development, you have to kind of work in factors or multiples of 4. So you can't, we had talked about just dropping it down on Charles Street, but keeping it 3-story on La Plaza. But then it was breaking up this ability to have a factor of 4 or a multiple of 4. And the development team can talk a little bit more about why that's the case, but it has to do with how you get funding. And then some other items that we're looking at is right now there's 2 entrances, and likely there will be required to be 2 vehicle entrances because of the size of the development. But one of our concerns is how is that going to work on East Cotati Avenue? We have merging traffic there. It's kind of a busy area. So we'll be looking for, we're going to have a traffic analysis done that's going to help us flesh that out. But certainly there's probably going to be some turn movement restrictions, like right in, right out at that area. It also can impact the amount of parking that's there, and also will affect how frontage improvements are installed. So those are just some key things to think about and to discuss as we get into this discussion tonight. And so with that, I'll let Robin start the presentation. And Robin, I woke up this morning with no voice, so you're gonna have to bear with us.
I've never done a city council presentation with no voice, but I'm going to try my best and rely on Paul to do a lot of it as well. If you need me to repeat anything, please let me know. I'm Robin Zimbler. I'm the manager of Freebird Development Company. Thank you for having me here tonight, and also thank you to everybody who has stayed behind me. Stayed for the first 2.5 hours. Hopefully you'll stay for a little bit longer. All right, next slide. JP already went over the slide, so I'm not going to use my voice on it. It's just what we're going to talk about tonight. Development team, I introduced myself. I'm Robin Zimbler. I have Paul from HKIT with me tonight. There's also some familiar faces from our community meetings on the slide, but it's just me and Paul tonight. All right, next slide. I'm also going to skip this slide since JP already went over the process to date, other than to say that we did have our first community meeting in September and our second community meeting in November. Next slide. With respect to the community meetings that we had about 12 people attend each of them. And about 10 of those 12 people were at both meetings. I see a lot of familiar faces and just a couple new faces behind me tonight. The people who attended our meetings, and they were all, I think they were all, JP, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the city sent out notifications within a certain radius for all of those meetings. It was primarily residents that were either adjacent to the site or people who lived across the street. A lot of folks from Charles Street Village and Charles, to be more precise. The meeting number 1 was just an introduction to our development team, the discussion of some broad development and design goals, similar to the ones that we brought to you guys when you were to the council when you were reviewing our exclusive negotiating agreement. And then we had 2 breakout groups where we had a survey with different architectural styles to get feedback on what styles people liked. That survey included Mission, Craftsman, Victorian, some more modern stuff, just because we don't like to go into community assuming we know what people want. In many cases, we have no idea what that community wants. So we wanted to do that as a first exercise with the group. Meeting number 2 was a recap of our first meeting, and then we reviewed our design survey results, and we presented some additional or some early design concepts with 2 different architectural styles that Paul will talk about that seemed to be the 2 architectural styles that people did like from those surveys. Next slide. So again, the development program goals that we went over in the first community meeting were the similar goals to the ones that we talked about when we were here for the exclusive negotiating agreement. We're trying to leverage location and size of the site to help the city meet the arena numbers. So, but we're also cognizant of the area that surrounds us, and we want to really integrate it into that downtown fabric. So we're aiming for approximately 50 units in up to a 3-story building. As JP said, the proposal that we have right now is 44 units, and that steps down on Charles and La Plaza if the council directed us to have it be a completely 3 stories. We could get 4 more units to 48 units. We wanted to serve a broad range of incomes and 3 separate income tiers. and have a mix of studios, 1s, 2s, and 3-bedroom apartments. So what you'll see here today in terms of our concept plans is really an even mix between studios, 1s, 2s, and 3s. Provide inclusive housing for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So in our RFP response, we included a 25% set aside for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And that is part of what's driving this 44 or 48 unit count. Every state funding program has different requirements, and some of the state funding programs, most of them these days require some sort of set aside for permanent supportive housing. Sometimes it's for homeless units. In our case, we're proposing intellectual and developmental disabilities. Unfortunately, those programs don't always jive well together. So there's some programs that say you can't have more than 25%, and some programs that say you can't have less than 25%. And so that's why we need a multiple of 4, because otherwise the rounding doesn't work, if that makes sense. All right. And then the last bullet point really in our development program goals is to be a good neighbor, both in the community engagement and the design. And moving forward as well, I know JP mentioned that that our ENA called for 3 community meetings. I'm happy to have more. You know, I really want this to be a project that the residents of Cotati are very proud of. Now I'm going to turn it over to Paul. Save my voice for questions.
Hi, everybody. I'm Paul with HKAT Architects. Thanks for having us this evening. We're really excited to be back. We've spent some time getting to know the neighbors and the community here at Cotati, and we've come in here with really an open mind. And we've presented a variety of images and options, and we've collected a lot of feedback. Our goal is to make a building that seems like it's always been here, and it belongs here, and it's of a part of Cotati. As Robin mentioned, we're looking at making a building that's efficient while also keeping it to a certain height so it fits in the neighborhood, 3 stories. We've worked to relate to not only the city design standards, but also the context and the style of the architecture in the surrounding area. We've made special care to make sure that we have a streetscape that is active. We have lots of eyes on the street, lots of activities, lots of detail, so we don't have big blank walls at the street level. We've also looked at security. We have a secured lobby for residents, as well as a second area for commercial space. We have private space within the project that's going to be exclusively for the use of residents, which includes play structures, seating areas, and outdoor recreation area. We're providing structured parking within the building. It's all invisible. It's all inside of the building in a garage. We've got 54 parking stalls, which we'll take a look at in a second. And finally, we're going to be working on this, the current state of the art in terms of environmental design. We'll do an all-electric design with solar and heat pumps and all the latest technology. Next slide. So as Robin mentioned, we came to our very first meeting with no designs. We just wanted to introduce ourselves and get feedback. So we showed a number of pictures of buildings. These are all HKAT buildings that we've done in the past. And we between this and then the following slides, we presented a dozen different images, and we got everyone to vote on what they preferred and what they didn't like. So these are some examples of the 3 out of those images that were the most appealing to the neighbors who we met with. Next slide. And conversely, there were a number of styles. We tried to be as diverse as possible in terms of modern, traditional, variety of styles, and there was less appetite for more of the contemporary style in this more streamlined look. Next slide, please. As Robin mentioned, we took this feedback we got from the first meeting, and we came back and we developed some designs. And we decided to produce actually 2 separate design visions for the site, and again, to allow the neighbors to vote on what they preferred. And we've got a lot of comment from the last set of meetings. What you're seeing here is a view of the building from East Cotati Avenue. And what we're looking at is the residential lobby. This is the secured single point of entrance off of the street for the residents. The management offices and other functions that relate to the residential uses are on the ground floor on these arched areas. And then the apartments are all above on the upper 2 floors. There's no apartments on the street level. Next slide, please. This is a view looking from the plaza. If you imagine, we've got just to the right here the Athena statue. You can see the existing bus stop there off of La Plaza Avenue. And this is really a very prominent facade off the plaza. So he spent a lot of time thinking about how this was going to be perceived. This has a commercial area of about 4,000 square feet of space on the ground floor. And we put that on the corner so it has a public face. This again is the Mission style. We're characterizing Mission as having plaster walls, lots of depth, weight, thickness in the openings, and also clay tile roofs and trim and other details that are part of the Mission style. Next slide. As mentioned, we also took a look at a different approach that was responding to some of the other survey results we got. We're calling this a craftsman style, which very same layout, but really the treatment of the materials is more what we would consider craftsman, so more wood detailing, brackets and rectilinear type details, siding and so forth. We presented this option along with the second option. We can go to the next slide, please. This is a sort of one version of that craftsman option, and then we have, next slide, please. We have a second version that has slightly more detail in terms of the bracketing and different colors and so on and so forth. In the next slide, please. So all of these were presented at our last meeting in November. We got a lot of feedback, and we held it to a vote, and we did have at least amongst the neighbors here, we had a pretty strong preference for the Mission style, and that is where we've landed at current in terms of the look and feel of the building from the outside. Next slide, please. So in terms of floor plan, just to orient everyone again, so Cotati Avenue across the top of this plan, La Plaza on the left-hand side, that's the side that's facing the plaza, where we had that retail commercial corner. The opposite corner, that acute corner, that is where we're going to have a retail lobby in that blue space, or I'm sorry, the residential lobby in the blue space, elevator, stair, and the access to the apartments above. The rest of this, what we're seeing here with the parking stalls, this is all inside of a garage. We envision a garage with 2 entrances potentially, one off of Charles Street as far from the corner, and then one mid-block on Cotati Avenue. And as mentioned, we're looking to get a traffic study done so we can get some more feedback on that circulation and how that will function. Again, 54 parking stalls internal to the building for the 44 apartments. We brought the building out to the street sidewalk along the right-of-way on Charles, Cotati, and the plaza, and then we've kept a 10-foot setback on the rear. So that green strip you see is a 10-foot wide strip of landscaping that's going to be between our building and the neighboring fence, and that allows us some space to do some landscaping and treat some stormwater. Next slide, please. This shows the second floor plan. So imagine this garage that we're going to have has on top of the garage outdoor seating areas, play structures. So what you're seeing here are the apartments arranged around the perimeter in brown. All of the apartments either face out to the street or they face into the interior courtyard. The courtyard you can see here has a community room that's a shared space for all the residents to use for events and gatherings, with adjacent outdoor seating, outdoor landscaping, and also play structures for toddlers and for older kids. Some amenity spaces like common use laundry will be included in the building as well. And you can see the units are a mixture of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. There's a spread, a variety of each type of unit. Going to the next slide, goes up to the 3rd and final floor on the top. The area in white is what you see below. And as mentioned before, the building has the same 3rd floor plan as the 2nd floor, except we've stepped back the building at the end. So at the corners where we're next to the adjacent properties on Charles and La Plaza, we've taken those 4 units out so that the building steps down and helps to make that transition to the surrounding buildings. And that's the design we have currently. We can go to the next slide. These are our most recent elevations, which is building on the mission style. At the top, you can see again that plaza-facing elevation with the retail space, then the complete elevation along Cotati that shows the retail on the right and the residential entry on the left. And on mid-block, you can see there's a parking garage entrance there. On the bottom, we've got the elevation that's seen from Charles Street. And here we've got, as I mentioned, another garage entrance on the left-hand side of the building. And the apartments above, and again, that they step down as we get to be adjacent to the neighboring house. So that is the design in a nutshell. Do we have another slide? Ends yours? Okay. Yeah, thank you.
I'm back. All right, just wanted to talk a little bit about feedback we've received so far and next steps. As Paul mentioned, at the last community meeting, we presented the mission, the craftsman style. We received feedback at the meeting itself, and then I think one person watched the video online and forwarded an email to JP, who forwarded it to me. So of all the responses that we got, there were 13 responses and 9 liked the mission style better. So that's why we've more detailed that more for this meeting. We'd love to hear your feedback as well as to kind of what feels better to you. We've heard concerns about the parking garage access from East Cotati Avenue and the loss of the on-street parking on East Cotati Avenue that would come with the parking garage access on East Cotati Avenue. So again, as Paul and JP both mentioned, we'll be doing a traffic study to kind of look and see if that entrance is really needed or not. I'll also say though that a lot of people who have attended our first 2 meetings are people who live on Charles. And I know a number of them have also expressed concerns about having access on Charles. So it's kind of like, there's no clear answer there right now. We've heard concerns about, or not necessarily concerns, but just the idea that our project incorporates streetscape improvements that help with pedestrian safety. We know that this is a highly trafficked area of Cotati. And so one of the things that we want to do as a part of our project is make sure that we're improving the experience for pedestrians and not making it worse. And then we received a number of questions about what kinds of retail commercial spaces we'd be looking for. So far, I've definitely heard interest in library, senior services. We're looking for community serving uses. I've also definitely heard no bar and no liquor store, and you can quote me, there will be no bar and no liquor store at the site. So those are really the main feedback that we've heard during our meetings. In terms of next steps, again, we already mentioned the traffic study. I think JP also mentioned that we are looking to submit our formal entitlement application in January based on the feedback that we get today at this meeting. We'll revise, et cetera, and then go in with our formal application in January. And then what we're really trying to hit is that the current state funding cycle is such that they expect to come out with a notice of funding availability. So obviously affordable housing requires subsidy dollars. I know it's not coming from the city. So we have to go after some state funding for this project. And right now their funding cycle is such that applications would be due in April for funding. So we're really trying to get our entitlements and development and disposition agreement in place before April. Unless the state pushes that back, which they've been known to do, which would buy us a little bit of time. But in the meantime, we're just going full steam ahead to be able to try to meet that deadline. So I think that's it from us. And we're happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll open it up to questions. Yes, Councilmember Lehman.
Yeah, I wanted more information about the questions about going to 3 stories or additional units. Yeah. Where does that come into play? I don't know if there was a certain area where we were talking about the
if you
multiples
could
of 4.
Go back. Sorry, that's it. Yeah. So go back. So where you see the dark gray along Charles and La Plaza, that's where the building would only be 2 stories. Thank you. That's where the building would only be 2 stories. So the idea is that, and we do this with most of our buildings, if not all of them, is we, when we're in a lower density area, we want to make sure that we're providing a nice transition to what's around us. So that's why we propose to do that. But again, as we mentioned with that, stepping down the building at the ends, we get to 44 units. If we didn't, and we just had the whole building be 3 stories, we would be able to gain 4 units. So we'd get to 48 units. So it's really a question for the council, like, units, sensitivity to neighbors, unit sensitivity to neighbors. So.
Okay. Other questions?
Are there other options as far as, I know that there's kind of a compromise with neighbors in an area. Is there an option of building additional units? I don't want to say going 4, but maybe more closer to the town, so it's really kind of high step and then low down this way?
Then we'd be going up to 4 stories, which I don't think we have any support for.
Okay. I'm just trying to see about what kind of options that would be available. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Questions? Yes, go ahead.
You talked about the entrance on East Cotati Avenue, which is very problematic. I think in that picture, you can see the merge area, and people come from that stoplight, and they are bent out of hell to get to Rohnert Park, and they immediately floor it. So I'm concerned with it going from 2 lanes to 1 lane, and then people trying to jet out there. And even, I think I saw in there somewhere that you suggested right turn only. I have seen in this city where we have right turn onlys, and we even have cement things that come out that say right turn only. And I can sit there for about a minute and see multiple cars turn left. And that would be an extremely dangerous left turn right there. So are there other, is there any way, I can't tell from these pictures, that you could say come in on La Plaza and go out on, I mean, are there other, it's just that's pretty dangerous right there, and the speed limit's pretty high, and people are not, compliant, shall we say.
Yeah, I mean, I think the La Plaza entrance has its own set of
It's
issues.
one way, I know,
It's
yeah.
one way. You
Yeah.
lose all the parking on the plaza. And what we've tried to do is keep our garage entrances mid-block as far away from the intersections as possible. And in this case, on the plaza, we are at the intersection there. So it would be, I'm not sure it would be any better on the plaza, unfortunately.
These are the kind of things we want to study in the traffic study to get a professional to evaluate these options.
So will they, let's see, how can I say this? Will they unbiasedly look at this? Because oftentimes when we've seen traffic studies, there's already a set, well, this is what we're going to do. Please, traffic study person, give me the numbers that support that. I just would be interested in really knowing.
Yeah, it can be, it'll be unbiased. I mean, it's be unbiased.
Okay.
We can do whatever it is fairly flexible, the design of our parking garage, so.
I would just add also that we will be reviewing the scope of that study, and that's something that we're specifically going to be looking for on that, so.
Yeah, because I don't know that there's really much we can do on East Cotati to, slow people down. You put speed bumps at that, at La Plaza. I mean.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's why we're going to look at it. I do want to remind the council that we've approved 2 projects on the site already, and that entrance is in the exact same spot as the other 2 approvals that we've already looked at. Both of those had traffic reports, which found the access to be okay. But this is more units than we had looked at in the past, so that's why we're going to do another traffic study with a more specific look at this particular thing. However, because of the number of units, it may be that we have to have that 2 entrances. I mean, I was thinking in the beginning that maybe we could just use only Charles, because the DSP kind of promotes side street and alley loading to parking as opposed to Main Street parking. but I don't know if we can do that. I mean, there's other laws that come into play, and I'm not sure if how that will affect that. But I mean, it's an unanswered question right now, is how safe can that be? And I totally agree. People will make lefts. That will happen.
And my recollection is the last one that the traffic study was done on was for something like 27 units, or, like half as many units
Right.
as we're talking about. So it's a little bit different.
It's a different project.
Still, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a few questions regarding the appearance. Is there any significant cost difference between the Mission and the Craftsman styles?
Not significant.
Okay. And my other question about the appearance was, I believe, and maybe Councilmember Harvey might be able to tell me if I'm right, but I think a long time ago, when the Frog Song co-housing was being built, the city council might have put some amount of effort into choosing a kind of look for that as one of the gateway entrances to the city, and trying to get the appearance of that 3-story water tower looking thing that's on the end of it and the colors. Has there been any thought to trying to unify any of the design elements or the color scheme to be sort of coherent with the design of that entryway to the downtown area?
I know, and JP and Paul can correct me if I'm wrong. Was it the zoning code that had like Craftsman in it, and then the DSP though allowed for Craftsman or Mission or a couple of other things? So we took the direction from the downtown specific plan, but the project that you are referencing, no, we have not specifically reviewed that project and made it consistent with that project. No, we were really kind of taking the lead from the.
I wasn't here when that was built, so I don't know what the code was at that point in time. So sorry about that.
Okay, I wish I had more info, but I just remember some Frog Song residents talking to me about how that all came to be. And,
what was the name of that project? I'm sorry.
Frog Song Co-housing, and they own some of the commercial space that fronts on Old Redwood Highway as you enter from the south into the city.
Okay.
And then one other question regarding the reduction from 48 to 44 units.
Yeah.
I know you have a lot of experience with getting these kinds of projects funded and built. And to what degree do you think that those different unit counts would be likely to make you more or less successful in getting the project funded?
I don't think that it's not
Doesn't make a
significant.
difference?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you. We'll let you sit down. Thank you so much. Yeah. And we're going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. Is there anyone in the chambers who wish? Oh, actually, I have two no, the comment cards are for the next item. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Anyone in the chambers wishing to make a comment, you're welcome to come up.
Yes, thank you. There's a lot of good things about this project. I won't go listing into them, but I do have great concern about the traffic study. I think that's going to be pivotal in terms of a lot of concerns I have. The good councilwoman brought up that there's a lot of illegal traffic activity. I want to note that on Charles Street, there already are people turning right on there all the time. And again, they don't stop at that stop sign in front of the 8-ball. They come right around it. The sight lines are horrible there. This is exacerbated by the parking practice of large vehicles parking in the red zone to offload both at the 8-ball and at the pizza place across the way. Parking there is tight, sight lines are tight. I want to make sure that in the traffic study, not only including pedestrians, because there's an unmarked crosswalk there now. There's no crosswalk marked at all, yet there is a corner, so there's a crossing. And this is an access along there to a bike and pedestrian way, which is one of the gems of Cotati. So you're going to expect a lot of bicycle, and there is now, and you're going to expect more bicycle and pedestrian traffic on Charles Street in that area. I want to make sure that they include that in the scope of their study.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to make a comment? come on up.
Yes, good evening, Council. Neil Hancock. One of the questions looking over the site, and it's probably been addressed somewhere or the other, or maybe looked at, is the property just to the south on La Plaza side. I wonder if there's been any discussions with that owner as if they would be like to be part of this project at all. So that's just throwing out a, I haven't heard anything, I haven't asked any questions, but when I've walked around there and had a look at it, that seemed like would be interesting if it would help it a little bit if that property owner was interested. La Plaza, I do walk across that road a lot on that edge, and I also end up driving around there. And I mean, I think, you know, traffic engineering, there is Death by Traffic Engineer, and there's this book I've got that talks a lot about this. And, you know, traffic engineers on the whole do the DAD process, decide, advertise, and declare. So I think if necessary, we should be asking those traffic engineers to come here to explain what could work and maybe take input from the local community. But I certainly see that if you wanted to prevent vehicles from turning left, coming onto East Katati Avenue and turning left, there's certainly bollards that can be put in the middle of the road that just would not allow it. So it's certainly a potential, but I would also think it's looking at the access from La Plaza, south the La Plaza Street, which has a bus stop. Can that be dual usage if it was just a single entry in there? So it would be nice just to have these options explained in the traffic study as to what doesn't work and why not. But an access just coming in, there isn't a lot of traffic going into the building, so clearly it's about what's going on around the building, and when people want to leave, providing they're not too impatient, having the ability to safely leave and go in with the rest of Katati. I do think the corners on the edge of the building, the rounded corners, are a real benefit, and I'm always struck when I go into Sebastopol and there's a round building that's there. It's very, very iconic. So I think what's being done now with the styling is very nice and has a lot of benefit. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you for your comment. Welcome.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that I really have been very grateful for the presentations and the community input, the sort of listening to the community that the developers have done, and providing options and then having us feedback. It's been a really good process, and thank you for that. And it's also great to know that the city bought the property so that it could become affordable housing. I echo the same concerns about pedestrian safety, especially as there'll obviously be a lot more pedestrians and vulnerable people like families with children, people with developmental disabilities. It's already pretty tough crossing East Katati Avenue. It's much better than it used to be before there were clear crossings and lights, but still sometimes as a pedestrian who uses it all the time, you have to be really careful because sometimes the first car will stop, the second car will stop, the third car will not stop, and we've seen accidents where one car will hit the next and so on. So it's just a very dodgy area for pedestrians already, and that will only get more intense with more people and more vulnerable people in the area. But it's a great project, and thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. All right, welcome.
Thank you, Adrienne Lobby. I just want to speak about my appreciation for the project. I think it's a great use of that space. I think having developmental disability as a focus, there's a tradition in Katati for group homes, and it's a kind of quiet tradition here, but I think it's something that I really welcome in the neighborhood, a good fit with the Charles Street Village. I like the mission style, and I really like the community meetings. I think this developer shows us a really kind and communal sort of thinking. And I really appreciate it. So I hope things go forward and we have success.
Great, thank you. And is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to make a comment? Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Chris Palomo, and I'm a field representative for the NorCal Carpenters Union at a local 751, and I'm representing the city of Cotati. I'd like to first thank you guys for allowing me to speak tonight. I just have a couple questions. I'm pretty sure this project is prevailing wage, but I'm also concerned they're going to be pre-qualification on the project, regarding healthcare for these workers. Healthcare, we've seen how important healthcare is, especially after the recent pandemic. These workers deserve to have that on this project, as well as also having the right to a state certified apprenticeship program that's giving them the tools that they need to, to better their future and, make a career out of this project. This project's an investment for the community, so it should be built right, built right the first time. And having these qualifications on a project is creating pathways out of poverty for these workers, and it's also, like I said, benefits the community as well. So those are just questions that I have that's going to be, required for this project. Thank you.
Right, thank you for your comment. And are there any other folks in the chambers wishing to comment tonight? Right, let's open it to Zoom, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. We have a hand from Lorianne Barber. Lorianne, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. I was in the chamber earlier and I had to come home, so just commenting here from home. But as similar to Adrian, I mostly just want to express my appreciation for the Robin and Free Bird and say that I think this looks like a good project for Cotati, and it's great to see affordable housing hopefully coming. And there are some challenges on that site, as other people have spoken about in terms of traffic, but I'm very hopeful that everything can get worked out and it can move forward. So again, thanks to the city for purchasing the property and to the developers for bringing us an interesting and worthwhile project. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comment.
Seeing no further hands, Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for everyone who spoke. I think there was one question from the public comment about prevailing wage and pre-qualification. And is that something we would address at a later stage in this process, or can you speak to that?
Yeah, now is not the time to make any determinations. However, it is likely to be prevailing wage. And I think from the staff perspective, the most important element of this is getting the project built and ensuring the financial feasibility of the development as it moves forward. The staff perspective, but as of right now, no decisions on any of these elements are being made.
Just for the benefit of anyone who might wish to be engaged when we're making decisions like that, can you give any, no crystal ball or anything, but can you give a rough estimate, like when we might be at the point when we would be discussing those kinds of things next year? Or
Yeah, so right now we anticipate using a relatively accelerated review process for the actual design. So the development and disposition agreement is where any specific requirements are likely to be placed on the development of the site. And that will be an agreement that's brought before the council for review after extensive negotiations between the developer and city management.
so would the council have any input before that development and disposition agreement is brought to us, or is this our last chance to just give direction on that?
So with regards to project design, there is a potential that the review process would be a ministerial action, trying to accelerate the timeline. However, staff is not going to make that decision. We will bring it to the council to allow the council to make that decision. And then that, again, the design of the project kind of approval is seen as being separate from the development and disposition agreement, where a lot of the criteria regarding how it's developed is placed.
So would we have a chance to give, I don't know if I got my question answered there. Would we have a chance to give input on that before that agreement is
Is the input on the project design, the building, or input on the specific requirements for how it's developed?
Input on how it's developed.
So if the council has kind of, even if it's high-level direction on that, now is a very good time to provide that information.
Okay.
Because we do anticipate kicking off negotiation and engaging in that in January, and there's going to be a lot of internal discussion before it is brought to the council.
Okay, so at first you said that if we wanted to give any direction about prevailing wage or things like that, that would be later, but now I'm hearing now might be the time to do that.
So I'm sorry to clarify, the project is likely to be prevailing wage just by the
And-
funding source.
Okay.
But if there are any specific elements that the council has that they'd like staff to consider as they're starting to negotiate with the developer, if you have that feedback, please provide it.
Okay.
And that being said, Robin has indicated she may want to add some additional information to this discussion.
Would you like to come up and address this, please? Thank you.
Number one, as Noah said, the funding sources that we're looking for the project would require prevailing wage. On top of that, in our RFP response, we understand the city doesn't have capital subsidy for the project, but we did put in our RFP response that we would anticipate a below market land sale that would also trigger prevailing wage. So, very highly likely that the project will require prevailing wages. I don't want to put words in Noah's mouth, but yeah, he's not going to agree to a below market land sale right now. So we can't say for certainty that it's going to trigger prevailing wages, but I imagine it will trigger prevailing wages.
Okay, thank you.
That makes sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you for the clarification. Yes, go ahead.
Follow on while Robin's there. So since this isn't your first rodeo, you've done this before, can I put it in the context of on your other projects? Have you paid prevailing wages and ensured that the healthcare?
On my last two projects, one was prevailing wage and one was not.
Okay.
It was a different transaction, though.
Okay.
Did not have any funding sources that triggered prevailing wages.
So it sounds like it's something that we do need to make sure that we address if that's what we're concerned about.
If the development and disposition agreement has a below market land sale, it will be prevailing wage.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not clear to me that what the gentleman was talking about is exactly prevailing wage, but rather union members, because that also includes healthcare, which is what I heard him mention. So prevailing wage is great, but what about like, a PLA that we have union members?
Yeah, I'm all for union wages, but having said, because I personally don't think we're ever going to build our way out of the affordable housing crisis, so we have to also address raising incomes. But having said that, the simple math is that prevailing wages already adds 25% onto your construction contract cost. That's a real number that I get quoted from contractors all the time. Union is even more than that. It's more than 25%. So it's, in order to go union, you either need subsidy from a city, like, for example, San Francisco, most of their jobs are union because they give a lot of funding to those projects to make that happen. There's also unions sometimes subsidize so that you can use union labor and still make your project pencil. But I won't say that the project will definitely be union because of the financial feasibility concerns. Having said that, I'm always happy to talk to the unions.
Okay, does anyone else have questions for Robin before we allow her to sit down? Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Open it up to conversation. We're asked to give just direction to staff tonight. Yes.
Well, just first, I'd like to say I would very much like to have the project be union, especially since it's one that we purchased ourselves, that perhaps we can work towards that or look for funding or find ways in which we could support the developer in hiring union members. The other thing, I love the idea of Frog Song. I personally am not crazy about either of them, the ones that are there. I think Frog Song is sort of closer to the Craftsman, but sort of the, I can't remember what the cedar siding things up at the top, are really pretty, and I just feel like it makes it much more, I don't know, the Mission style. I don't see a lot of Mission housing or style, especially downtown. Craftsman, I think, fits better. But I really, like, if there is any way to do it more in the style of Frog Song, I really like that a lot. Those are the two comments I have.
Okay, thank you. I was surprised. I thought I was going to like the Craftsman, but I actually, once the renderings were done, I like the shaping of the Mission. It just seems smoother. The Craftsman one, for whatever reason, just in the renderings, it seemed very sharp and very, sharp is what occurred to me. I like the smoothness of the Mission. I would like us, it would be nice if we could have union, but I think that one of the things that we need to do is to reach out to the unions and see if they're willing to help us, because I have heard in the past also that they have been willing to do that. So it might end up being a balance there. So that would be an ideal situation. And I have heard them say that they want to be brought in and want to be part of the solution. So maybe we have an opportunity here. But yeah, I would lean towards the Mission, and I'm really concerned about the traffic. So will we get to see that traffic study?
It'll absolutely be part of all the documentation for the project, but we were not planning on bringing the traffic study to the city council to provide input on the scope.
Okay.
So today's a good opportunity to hear specific concerns, so that way we can make sure we voice those to the traffic engineer, and make sure they get evaluated.
Okay, so I have specific concerns about anybody turning left onto East Cotati Avenue, and I have very specific concerns because it goes from 2 lanes to 1 lane, and it's 30 miles an hour. So I really am concerned about that, and the issues surrounding Charles Street and people crossing in the middle of Charles Street, which I do know that they do, and have asked for, as long as I can remember, for a crosswalk there, but we don't really do crosswalks in the middle of streets. So at some point we have to address that. Yes, JP.
I just want to say, when we get the traffic study, we will include it on our projects and projects progress webpage. So not just the council, but anybody would be able to review that traffic studies and look at it.
And in that traffic study, will they give us, suggested resolutions to problems? So they'll give us options?
I mean, we can ask them to do that within their scope. I don't want to make too many promises. They're not traffic engineers that will like design stuff. They often do analysis on numbers and how this will flow and that kind of thing. But I think if we run into an issue where it says this requires some sort of turn movement or like that, that we can ask them to make sure that they are offering suggestions or alternatives to it. And we'll be able to have a chance to engage with them. It's not like we're going to be sitting back just passively waiting for the report. We'll probably have a discussion with them as it's developed.
Okay, because it's better to deal with this early than have it be built and having us have problems because people are turning left out of there, and that could end badly. So I'd rather from the get-go come up with some form of solution. That's my feeling on that. Councilmember Lehman?
Yes, thank you, Robin and Freebird and everyone else that contributed to this, and also the community that came out and gave their input. We appreciate that. I also am concerned with the traffic. I'm glad that there's going to be a traffic study. Hopefully there's options to solutions there, because that has been an issue with some of the previous entitlements that have come up as well. I also like the mission style. I happen to think that some other ones look like their mission style to me. When I look at Spanky's and I look at some of the older kind of buildings, they kind of have that kind of feel to it. So I also agree that I like the mission style of architecture style. Yeah, and I agree with, if at all possible, have a conversation with the union to see how we can work together. Maybe there could be a collaboration, a partnership where we can work to get this done. Because you're right, I mean, union workers have to live in our community and afford to live in our community, but at the same time, we need to have affordable housing built. So maybe there can be some sort of a collaboration partnership there through some meetings or communication. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to second many of the comments that my colleagues have made. I'd be in favor of attempting to communicate with local unions and see what we could come up with. That's a priority for me as well, if it's possible to. Of course, my top priority is that the project happens and that it actually gets built. But if possible, it'd be great. As far as the design, I like both the Craftsman and the Mission. They both look good to me. But I'm not a fan of so many beiges and brown, and we have a history of lots of colorful buildings in Cotati. If you look at the colors on Frog Song and those newer development that went in on Lippman on East Cotati is very colorful, and people seem to like the way that one looks. So I think it would be nice unifying if we had a little bit more color on compared to what's in the renderings. And I will second Councilmember Harvey's concerns about traffic. I have serious concerns about it. I don't like the idea of only having the entryway on Charles Street either, because it's going to bring so much heavy traffic to that street. But then again, if we have right turn only on East Cotati, I think people are going to circle around and zoom down Charles Street anyway if they're headed southbound. So I don't know what we need to do. It sounds like right now the scope is towards just doing a study, but maybe we need to just proactively hire a consultant to come look at this and give us some solutions, because my nightmare is we've got 25% of that housing set aside for people with developmental and intellectual disabilities, and somebody walking out onto Charles Street and getting killed. So I do not want to see anything like that happen, and I want this to be safe for pedestrians, cyclists, cars, everybody. And I'm thinking we need to do more we need to err towards doing more planning right now and getting more eyes on this that are looking at it, not just to do, impact studies, but looking at it with a creative eye. Like, how are we going to make this the safest possible project? And I think I'm hearing a lot of support for that on the council, that's a huge priority for us.
Yeah, I just wanted, since JP, you made the comment that this was approved earlier with the same setup. I wonder if what was proposed, like specifically was proposed before, and if perhaps that could be provided to this, study, so that they can, how can this most safely happen? Because I totally agree, and this is the thing I'm the most worried about. I mean, I care about the union. I want the union to be part of it. That's like very high priority. Safety is, not even second. They're parallel, right? I want both. So I don't know if whatever was, because I think it was before my time when it was proposed before, but what was proposed before, I presume, had a lot of safety considerations, and, maybe we could leverage that.
Councilmember Harvey?
And it has not been that long ago since we changed the makeup of that intersection, and it's possible that that traffic study was done before we had 2 left turn lanes onto East Cotati Avenue, which would have a very distinct difference in the traffic. And, people are trying, I'm going to be first. No, I'm going to be first. So I don't think that both of those turn lanes were there when that last traffic study was done.
I think you're correct. I think it was maybe when it was between the first approval and the second approval that change happened. So it is a fairly new change, and now we've had eyes on it. And I'll go back and look to see if the latest study looked at that and the first one. But that's a very good point. It may have changed in that meantime.
I was just going to add that another impact was that the other change to the other street between the knife shop and the fire department, that changed too, that exit. So that would impact traffic availability or movement in the area. So there's a lot of, we need to look at that and see, there's a lot of changes there.
And it could be that we need to do some other safety improvements on the streets in conjunction with this project. So it's good to get an idea of what are we gonna have to ultimately be doing and what's it gonna cost now, rather than coming back and trying to solve the problem later. Yeah. Okay. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add? Do you feel like you have the direction you need, or is there anything?
I'd like to see if anyone has any feelings about the step down in the 44 versus 48 units.
No, it didn't seem to make a difference, I think, on the funding, is what my understanding was, right? 44, 48?
That was what the developer indicated to us, that there wasn't much difference.
I mean, I feel like since it doesn't make any difference in the funding, I think to be good neighbors to the neighbors, I think that step down is sort of similar to how we do feathering in some of the other areas. I think that that's, kind of the best we can do there, rather than having, 3-story all the way around.
I think my stance on it was if it was going to make a difference to the feasibility of the project, then I would highly want to keep those units to make sure that the whole thing doesn't get built just because but if it's not going to make a difference to the funding and the viability of the project, then I'm okay with the step down.
I think we're going to probably move forward then with the 44 design. I think it will also help with traffic issues and stuff like that as well. So, okay.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Anything else that you feel like you need more direction on? Are we good? Okay. Well, with that, there was no action for this item. It was just a discussion and direction to staff. So we're going to move on to our next item. Thank you to everyone who came out. Someone needs to go get Ben. Do we know where he is? Yeah. I would prefer to continue the meeting and not take a break.
He's right there. He's in the conference room. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, we keep him sequestered in the conference room.
He's allowed to hear, he just can't participate.
Yeah, he had to come to the door.
You finish the rest of the agenda, I trust?
Okay, real quick. All right, we are going to continue with item 12C, the 2025 Veranda Filetti Ranch work plans and license agreement. I would ask the members of the public, if you want to continue your conversations, if you wouldn't mind taking them out into the hallway. We'd be more than happy to have you continue conversing out there, but we need to bring quiet to the chambers now. Okay, so we're going to do item 12C. Who is taking this one?
I'm taking this one.
Okay.
Mayor. All right, so thank you, council, and thank you, Tommy and Aishwarya. There's our licensees in the back that have stuck it out with us this long. So I'm gonna go through the high level on the work plan, and they're available if there's any questions that the council has about anything in particular. But so as the council knows, currently the ranch is operated by 2 licensees, Tommy Henry and Aishwarya, who represents Sandy Loam on the property. Tommy is also she operates under Phoenix Farm Concepts. You also see that name in there. So Tommy assumed operations from Farmster as an interim operator, and Sandy Loam continues from before as the second licensed operator. And Phoenix Farm Concepts manages the city-owned livestock, compost program, and horticulture program for all ages. Sandy Loam manages the ranch common areas, conducts a variety of all-age community workshops and open farm events, as well as programs with a focus on youth education. And due to the limited duration of Phoenix Farm Concepts interim license agreement, which ends in January of next year, the city circulated a request for proposals. And Phoenix Farm Concepts responded to that proposal. And I will say, working with Tommy since she took over operations from Farmster in July, she's been great to work with and is doing a great job even in that short amount of time that she's been on the ranch. And so what's one of the recommendations is that we enter into a 3-year license agreement with Phoenix Farm Concepts, Tommy Henry specifically. So to come up with the work plans that are in the packet, there's 2 work plans for 2025, one from Sandy Loam and one from Phoenix Farm Concepts. They worked closely together and also closely with the city they work closely to design and run community programming. You really can't do one without integrating with the other. So they've been doing a great job this year, the second half of this year doing that. And for 2025, Phoenix Farm Concepts is proposing to continue the free compost program, and that's a partnership with the city, obviously, but Zero Waste Sonoma to offer free compost to anyone in this area that would like that. Free Farmer Picnics, which is designed to be a once a month type program where people can drop in and ask questions about animal keeping, horticulture, or whatever sort of farm-related topic they have on their mind. Conducting free food forest tours, and this is a part of the ranch that is proposed that will be growing more food in, like horticulture type operation. Restarting from the volunteer program and then building on that to assist with garden and livestock care to give people real hands-on experience and also help out with the management of the ranch. Partnering with the city and Sandy Loam for the Fall Festival, and we've been doing this for a couple years, so just continuing that in the fall. Doing a youth farm club with Sandy Loam for children. This is children 8 to 12 is the target age group for this program, and it's intended to expose kids to animal husbandry and horticulture. And then a grazing school where we'll have a program with a local expert to provide instruction on livestock care, e-fencing, just basically managing livestock on your property, and sheep shearing demonstrations and related topics, which is always a huge hit with everybody, and compost workshops related to the compost days, but compost workshops as well. During the initial 6-month, in the 6-month term that Tommy has been on the property, she did a full assessment of the livestock and horticulture operations, and based on this, Tommy recommends moving to a rotational grazing program in 2025 with a mobile hay feeder for the public to interact with the animals along the fence line to enhance that, and also expanding the garden area, so growing more food crops to support programming, and pumpkins would still be grown for the fall festival, but be a smaller part of that overall space. Related to, in one last thing, just on the livestock topic. So the recommendation in the work plan is that the 2 large animals, the cows, be rehomed, and the reason why it's stated in the work plan is the size and quality of the pasture is not suited to the keeping of cows. By removing the pressure applied by the cows, we can begin rehabilitating the soil and vegetation quality on the property. Additionally, the cows and goats, sheep need different types of electric fencing and pasture shelters. So that's also one of the questions embedded in this conversation tonight, is about rehoming the cows. And then the second work plan in your packet is from Sandy Loam the primary elements in here is Sandy Loam would be coordinating the pollinator project that is also included in here. So a organization called Point Blue Conservation Science is proposing a variety of natives and pollinators along parts of the edge of the property. And there's a draft agreement in the packet related to that, as well as a map of where that would be and a list of plants. Sandy Loam has been taking the lead on that, and this would be 100% grant funded to install that and then maintain it for the first several years. And then the city obligation would be that we just don't destroy the landscaping, at least not intentionally. So there's that. There's a continuation of the early release enrichment program. This is an existing after-school program that we've been doing for several years, but planning now to integrate this with more livestock education with Tommy as a new partner on the property. Paint It Bright Farm and Nature Camps. This is TK to grade 5 farm-based art camps that we've done before as well. The chicken keeping field trip program. So we've been doing this with all the local preschools for years and continuing that, where they can come onto the property and interact with the chickens and some of the just other farm-related education. But this year we're looking to hopefully expand it to other schools as a paid field trip. So, going beyond just the local preschools, but doing some of the public schools around us and maybe in the other places in the county. And then, as I mentioned before, this youth farm club in partnership with Tommy, and that's described previously, continuing to host open ranch days, which has always been very popular. Just open days for people to come during the summer to just be on the ranch and interact in a variety of games and just learn about the ranch. Also partnering on the Fall Festival, and then a variety of workshops, including things such as, introduction and, how to use gardening tools and different types of gardening tools, flower harvesting and bouquet making, farm to table type education on food, bulb plants, cookie decorating and cocoa, crafting teas. So a lot of the different things that you can do from the products from the ranch to educate people. And as I mentioned before, the landscaping project would be 100% grant funded if the council decides to move forward with it. The first couple years are maintained by the organization doing the landscaping. And then after that, we would have to just make reasonable efforts to not destroy or damage the landscaping through the term of the agreement, which would run to 2038. Part of that is also planting new valley oak trees in the corral area of El Rancho and East School. That's where that big tree fell over in the storm last year. And then I mentioned earlier that the recommended license agreement for Tommy would be a 3-year term, and I'm also recommending, that's in the packet, I'm also recommending that we make some small adjustments to Sandy Loam's license agreement to make them coterminous, so they're on the same time frame. And I think that covers all the different work stuff. In terms of costs, with the expected revenue right now, that just based on prior year's work, we're expecting the general fund contract net cost to be somewhere around $187,000 to $182,000, somewhere in that range for the year. And that doesn't include any staff time. All expenses for the ranch go towards the matching grant agreement with the Open Space District. So currently we're at about $2.3 million in terms of matching grant. Our ultimate obligation is $3.65 million. So I will say, just outside of this, we're also in parallel been working on the barn. So the barn, you all will be seeing that in the near future, early next year, with community meetings and so forth. But that's been also progressing, and the barn is a good chance to check in on the overall ultimate layout of the ranch and the different sort of hardscape and, you know, historical elements and other things that are going to be there. Because right now, you know, most of the ranch is as it was inherited, basically, and the barn will be the sort of the last permanent fixture that's going to be added to the ranch that's of any significance, and that also drives some of how everything else works around it. So, so look for more of that next year, but just that's out in the future. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Like I mentioned, Tommy and Aishwarya are both here as well if you have any questions about the work plans or anything else.
Okay, I'll open it up to questions from the council. Yeah, go ahead.
So looking at the community programs, I'm wondering if there's any that are directed to seniors specifically?
So yes.
Oh, please come up to the microphone so people on Zoom can hear you. Thank you.
Too. Yeah, so a lot of the workshops are being targeted to the general public, but we are focusing on senior members of our community as well as disabled individuals. So I'm actually working with, I'm starting to work with an organization called Becoming Independent to see if there are opportunities for those individuals to come volunteer and gain skills through our programming, but then also possibly adjusting the topics or making them appropriate for their population. And they're also, they might be interested in a curated workshop for them as well.
Right. Well, I'm just like looking at this like tea time crafting. That could be a good one. But I'm saying like senior specific. So because
yes.
some seniors like would prefer not to have screaming babies when they're, you know, knitting
Yeah.
or whatever.
That is a area that we're looking at, not just for volunteer opportunities, but for workshops as well.
Okay, great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. First, I'll start maybe with Sandy Loam on programming, and then another also would be the other Phoenix. But in looking at the different programs and classes, have you considered other, I see you have cookie decorating and cocoa and tea time crafting, maybe some other things for adults, like there's a program called Red Bud Resource Group that has like indigenous training and
Yeah.
different things, like classes through them that they can come do classes, or the Progressive Tribal Alliance. In addition to tamale making, I see tamale making classes that are offered at different places. So I'm just kind of trying to see how we can kind of include some other kind of.
Absolutely. So we are starting off with these core 5 programs, but we're adding as we're going. So a lot of things are in place right now that aren't necessarily in the work plan, and it's not going to cost the city anything if we decide to move forward with implementing these. These are just what we're starting with. For example, I'm in touch with Sue Lovelace of the Master of Gardeners, and they're interested in doing a container workshop. And so that date hasn't been set. We're still in the very early stages of this, but the idea is there are so many people in Cotati who might not have yards where they can plant. And so they will come to this workshop. It's free. They get a bucket, they get soil, they get compost, and they get plants. And then they can take that home, and it could be on a porch or on a balcony, or even inside the house as well, or a window. So, so yes, we're reaching out to a lot of groups right now and trying to kind of grow. So this pollinator hedgerow, we're really excited about it because it offers us kind of curriculum to work off of as well. And so we're able to draw in people who might be able to teach us about medicinals, but then we actually have these plants on the property that we can observe. And,
So then these are just
look
kind of
at.
examples, but it doesn't exclude other programming from being added
Oh,
to
yeah.
the workshops and things. Okay. Another question I had was on the food production, vegetable gardening. There's an organization, Farm to Fight Hunger, nonprofit, and they do a lot of that, where their mission is to sustainably grow nutritious vegetables for donation to those in need of healthy food. Is that something similar that we'll be doing here with our gardening project?
I'm not sure if this is in Tommy's or in Sandy Loam's. We will
maybe it was Tommy's, but I know that.
Oh, Tom. Okay.
Maybe it was Tommy's, because I know that Farm to Fight Hunger, actually, I went to school with one of the persons that started it, and I know they donate also what they grow. So I saw something that there's a fee for people being able to pick food or something?
Mhm.
I have
Yeah, I'm
questions about
familiar
that.
with the farm. I've been there. Yeah. We've been asked to help support the funding of the farm by selling some of the food in an affordable way. But most of it will be harvested and taken home by community members themselves.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I had one, Tommy, while
For Tommy.
she was up here. We had a comment from, that we got in a letter about concern about some of the plants in the Point Blue plan and their presence in animal grazing areas. And I'm just want to check that you're part of that conversation about what plants will be accessible to the animals and make sure they're safe for the animals.
Yes, so the areas that we're going to be planting in, we don't keep livestock in those areas except for chickens, which we can easily keep away from the plants with poultry netting. So that wouldn't affect our livestock.
Okay, it looks on the map like they're well within the areas where the animals currently are. Are you,
There are fences between.
Yeah, may so I actually put a statement together that kind of explains this a little bit. Is it okay if I read it? I'll just skip ahead and just read this one little.
Sounds it's pretty brief, yeah.
It's very brief, it's late.
Okay.
Okay, so basically, the hedgerow is going to be along the Sandy Loam play areas. And so that's where it's kind of a current demonstration garden for children. And so they're growing they're experimenting with gardening. And so the hedgerow will be along that area. And then it's also going to be on the front perimeter. And there are no animals there. There's one enclosure that has a pedestrian gate. And so I'm not sure that that's really a great candidate for animals right now. And then the other area is where there's a greenhouse. So there aren't animals there either. There are some plants on here that have medicinal uses, but that might not be appropriate. But this organization works with ranches, and they're doing plantings that are much larger than what's located here. And if in the future there's ever a desire to kind of restructure the entire ranch and have animals right out front, what they do on other ranches and what they've suggested to us is you just install another kind of barrier. And so the hedgerow exists between two fences.
Great.
And so it's accessible to the public, but not to animals.
great, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
So is the hedgerow, again, I couldn't quite tell from the diagrams, is it going to be inside of the main fence or outside of the main fence?
It's going to be on the inside.
On the
And
inside.
it's part of that is because we are using it for curriculum. And we want it to be something that the children, any member of the public can actually see. All of these plants have really great cultural and environmental significance to Sonoma County, and I think that it's really important that we bring this information to kids. So if it's on the outside of the fence, I would be really concerned about taking, we're working with elementary age students primarily, but still having them on the road on West Sierra just doesn't feel right to us.
So if I understood you correctly, the animals, there's no way they can get to these plants.
No, unless we put them in there on purpose, which we have no plans to do at this time.
Okay.
Just a follow, can I
Yeah.
interject with a follow-up question? What about dogs that are being walked on the exterior of the property? Would they be able to get into the plants at all?
Cats?
So a lot of these plants are ubiquitous. So toyon, for example, it's like everywhere on roadsides. And in some indigenous communities, when it's really, really ripe, it's actually edible. When it's not edible, it tastes horrible. So it's very unlikely that an animal is gonna wanna eat this. But there are all sorts of plants that could be toxic, like lilies are toxic to cats. So if you have lilies and like an indoor cat, they might, they can have kidney failure. So we understand that there are concerns, but dogs and cats are going to encounter this in just regular walks. Everything's on the inside, so there aren't going to be dogs accessing it, but I'm not sure about cats.
Other questions? Okay, thank you so much for coming, and thank you for your presentation. Okay, we're gonna open this to public comment. Why don't we go to Zoom first, just to mix it up?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Once again, speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment on this item. Seeing no hands, that will end Zoom public comment.
Okay, thank you. I had 2 comment cards here. So the first commenter will be Lori Alderman, and there will be 1 extra minute for the comment because an accommodation has been requested.
First, you guys, Damien Abed, 3 years ago, had the Walgreens roosters go rounded up and taken to a sanctuary. Basically, they ended up in a sanctuary. Now we have the cows. The cows are being removed. We've had the pigs removed. How many animals are going to be left? And it's on next door, and everybody wants to keep Nellie and Nanny in Cotati. It's not fair to them. 2,000 views on the post, something like 22 comments about Nanny and Nellie needing to stay in Cotati. You don't do this kind of thing. This was of keep taking things away from us just because you can, or contracts or anything like that. People like Nanny and Nellie and look forward to them on the walks and stuff. The other thing is Jenny would not have approved this at all, this work plan. It's too youth focused. Jenny was very open, very, I was her paper girl in the 70s, and very open house. And this is just so closed off, and rotational grazing. We don't have any farms left in Cotati. I worked on the West Side farms when there were there. We had goats, sheep, all that kind of stuff, pigs, cows, over on the West Side, and they're not there anymore. There's development. I don't know why we're holding grazing classes. The farmers know how to do it. They obviously saw on the next door thing, everybody's talking about the grazing and what they need to survive. But, and also this bush you're putting in, you don't know what effect it's going to have on the cats or the dogs. There's a lot of strays and everything around here, so it's not a good thing. And I just hope that you can rework this work plan on both. It needs to be geared. We have nothing for seniors. There would be a great idea, like Kay was saying, to have, we need some things that are structured for kids, the recreation department's kids. There's just nothing going on. And this visioning, from what the visioning workshop was like, I don't know, 7-8 years ago to this, nothing ever materialized. We were going to have a barn within 3 years and all that. And it just seems like it's going to be more of the same. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. I have a comment card from Deborah Bell.
Hi, my name is Deborah Bell. I have the property that adjoins the Filetti Farm to the north. So my property faces Olaf Street. I got the sidewalk this week, and I stayed here tonight 4 hours. It's been 30 years since I've attended a council meeting. The only thing I think has changed maybe is there's more lawyers on the city side and some new faces. But it's been an interesting night, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I think the cows need to stay. I spent many years, 39 years, as Jenny's next door neighbor. I think she would be proud of some of the things that's been accomplished, and I think she might not be so proud of some of the others, but we have a responsibility to the animals that we do acquire, including the cows. One cow was born in the field next door. As to the grazing issues, if we have to feed these cows 3 months out of the year, we have to supplement whatever grazing they do, fine. I'll be the first to contribute to that. What's it going to cost us? $100 a month? $200? a month. If we have a $207,000 contract that's about to be signed, I think we can squeeze out $1,200 a year to keep these cows where they belong. It also brings the community together. I can't tell you how many people, how many families that walk neighborhoods, including Olaf Street, and come specifically to meet the cows and sometimes the goats when they're over there. It does bring this community together. It's one of the main attractions for the whole neighborhood is let's walk down with the kids in the strollers, let's meet our neighbors because we gotta go see the cows, we're gonna go see the animals. It's been my experience that this is becoming more closed off neighborhoods. We don't get out enough and talk to our neighbors. We don't and participate. And yeah, those animals do seem to be a driving force. Everybody comes together because everybody wants to see cows. A lot of kids don't see cows anymore anywhere else, and we have them here. We should keep what we do have that was rural and country that we can manage. I don't know why the cows have become the next target, but I feel like they should stay. It's a convenience matter. They're not convenient to deal with. Well, so we need a different sort of electric fence for the cows than we might need for the goats. Let me tell you, I've spent all these years making sure I planted 3 feet on the inside of my property line so that the sheep and the goats didn't get over. I didn't need an electric fence, but they don't eat my roses because they're far on the inside of my yard, and that was my agreement with Ginny. And I think we need to look at more like that, be better neighbors and accommodate each other. I hope we'll keep those cows. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yes, come on up.
I just think this is an amazing project. Very creative, very fun, very much center for the community, lots of potential for all sorts of different cultural events. It's fantastic that young children are being taken into, able to get out into nature to learn about gardening and plants and animals and food and where their food comes from, and to be giving them a sense of sort of eco-literacy from very early on. And I just think it's an incredibly exciting project to have right in the middle of downtown Cotati next to City Hall, and it fits in so well with Cotati's farming traditions from the past, the laguna, the trees there. I mean, everything, it's just such a good fit for Cotati, and I'm excited to hear about the pollinator hedgerows, and just really looking forward to seeing how the project develops in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, welcome.
Yes, good evening, Council. Neil Hancock. I echo that I think it's an exciting project to see how it's coming along. It's also got the potential, if it's annotated right, with labels, this introduction for young people and others to be able to see what the plants are like. I was once with a 4-hour layover in Geneva, and I went to their botanical gardens, and it was just amazing to walk around and get an introduction to that bit of the ecosystem. So I think there's many levels that we can do with the pollinators, and also bringing in some of the ideas, the way that water moves on the land, the swales and things. I know we've got some of that already, but I think we can, work it. I hope that it'll work at developing it. I was at Bayer Farm in Southeast Santa Rosa recently, and that was pretty amazing as well to see what they were doing there. And a lot of intensity, a lot of people involved in different things. And I've got some corn to grow, some corn that's been specialized for this area to try this year. So, there's these little things that I think really, really help deepen the community. So I thoroughly support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to make a comment tonight? All right, then we'll end public comment. So I will bring it back to the council for discussion. Any takers? I can say my piece. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I generally am in agreement with the work plan. The part that I am not in agreement with is the cows. I would like to see the cows stay. I don't claim to be an expert, but I did do a little bit of research, and cows and sheep and goats quite nicely can live together. And typically, as was pointed out by one of the speakers, it typically seems to be the goats and the sheep that get into trouble because they go under and over things, and the cows seem to want to stay right, within their areas. So I would like to see the cows stay, because I've also heard from people that, like to come walking around there, and the cows run over to see them. So that's kind of my feeling on that.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to ask, so I volunteered with Farmsters, and I am a huge fan of those sweet little cows too. So I was curious, I understand about rotating and, allowing the land to regenerate if it's been over-farmed before that. And I'm just wondering, from your perspective, would it be possible to make that change and still, do all the things you're talking about if you were to keep the cows, or do you really need to not have them there in order to fulfill the plan?
Unfortunately, keeping the cows is not compatible with ecological management. If we continue with the management practices of the past, we're going to continue seeing more soil and vegetation degradation instead of improvement. And I can separate the cows from the rotational grazing system, but then they'd be kept in a small corral for their entire lives. And I feel like that's not what people want either. So it's a choice.
No, but I mean, having them be a part of the rotation, that they rotate with the other livestock, that couldn't happen either?
It would present pretty significant logistical challenges as well as more budgetary expenses. So I don't see it as possible for me.
Is it, so I guess, sort of to the I'm sorry, I didn't catch the lady's name. And I actually read quite a few comments about this as well, about, how much it would cost. Do you have any kind of idea?
To involve the cows in the rotational grazing?
Yeah, because you said it would incur costs. Do you
it
have
would
any
involve
kind
a
of...
whole second set of equipment that would have to be used concurrently, but in a different space. So I, as the farmer, would be setting up 2 different types of electric fencing and then moving 2 sets of animals within them. And even then, I'm not sure that we could achieve soil improvement that way.
So are you saying you need to separate the cows from the goats and sheep?
To do rotational grazing with electric fence, yes.
Can you, I mean, I'm familiar with goats. I've never had cows. So why do they need to be separated?
So I use electric net fencing with
Okay.
with my goats and sheep, and I don't find that to be safe to use with larger animals because they can knock it down or partially knock it down, and then cause the other animals or even themselves to get tangled in it and strangled or electrocuted.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions or comments from the council? Okay, well, I'll say my piece. I like the work plan. I would like to see more programming for seniors in the future, and I would like to see. My one question was about, are we still going to have any pumpkins? Because I saw the pumpkin patches, but I guess we are going to still be growing pumpkins, which is good. On the question of the cows, I'm sort of torn because I do feel that they're important to the community, obviously, and people want to see them continue. At the same time, if we're going to entrust the care of the farm to an operator, I think it behooves us to listen to their vision for the property, and if it's not ecologically feasible for the health of the property, then I'm not sure how to move forward. But I'm sort of waiting to hear what the other council members who haven't spoken on this have to say, and what do you think about the cows?
Sure.
Yeah.
I was wondering when they were looking at planning, maybe rehoming them, Does it look anything anywhere local where the local public can still kind of go and visit Nan and Nellie?
I posted to a few different groups and contacted a few different sanctuaries that were local. Some of them were local, as well as some sanctuaries outside of the area. And actually, the person who wants to adopt them is on Zoom right now if you have questions for that person. But she's just the first person who said, I really want these cows. They'd be perfect for my situation. I'm happy to arrange transport, and it felt like a good fit.
Did you get any local response from any
No.
Cotati? No local response. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about animal welfare, but I didn't see any advertisements or anything for it. But I was just curious about that. Yeah, that's my question.
Well, I'm pretty torn too. I think this one of the purposes of the ranch is to recognize Cotati's agricultural heritage as well, and dairy was a big part of that. And I think they are sort of the animals that people most readily connect to, partly because they walk over and they like to say hi. So yeah, I'm pretty torn about it. I'm not sure. I'm not clear on whether it's a choice between cows or sheep and goats, or because, as you say, there are plenty of situations where they coexist. So I'm struggling a bit with it. Not sure where to go.
All right, could you, City Manager Obid, give us a little bit of history of how long we've had the cows? Have they been historically part of the property in the past, or?
So we had a cow, I think, on the property. I mean, the earliest we could have had a cow on the property was in 2018. Because Farmster had a subcontractor that had some temporary grazing rights, and I don't know if the cow showed up in 2018 or not, but that's the earliest the cow could have come. 2020, I believe, was when, so the cow, the mother, gave birth to the calf, and then we've had 2 cows since 2020. So we've had 2 cows since basically the last 4 years. Before that, we had, I think, roughly a year or 2 with a single cow. And then before that, I'm not aware of cows being on the property at all. It was chickens and sheep, maybe some goats. That was primarily what Jenny Folletti had, at least in my time here. And then from what I've heard from people, she kept chickens and then sheep. And I'm not sure about goats, but that's primarily what's been on the property historically. And yeah, so that's the history. It's like I said, it's mostly chickens and sheep that have been there, to my knowledge.
All right, any other comments, discussion?
I just want to say, I love the work plans. So, I want to move forward, and it helps to know that historically, it is a small space. It's not a big cow pasture. So I get it that it's not really a space that historically would have had a herd of cattle on it. So I'm comfortable moving forward with the work plans and contracts that are in here, but I'll make sure to visit the cows plenty of times between now and then.
I'm wondering, just from one person mentioned next door, and another person mentioned having read about it other places. I'm wondering what kind of time frame we have, like if there is anyone who listens to this in the future or whatever, to have space for them locally, closer. I'm thinking of the pastures out in West Cotati, or even Larson's, maybe, right? Might have space that they could be at. And what is the time frame for them going up to Oregon?
timeframe for moving them is a logistical question for Hadassah Dajak, the prospective new adopter. I don't know if she wants to comment or if you want her to comment, but it's really just figuring out when she's able to do that.
Okay, so I guess where I'm going with this is if, you know, if someone, because I totally appreciate you reaching out to people, and I don't know, sometimes the threat of, you know, of something changing causes people to actually step up in a way they hadn't before, or just didn't hear about it, even though, you know, for your best efforts. I wonder what kind of time frame might be available for those of us who would love for them to stay, to try and mobilize behind you.
I think that's a good question for the council. I think that this is in your hands, and if you want to designate some kind of goodbye timeframe, that's your right.
Okay, I was a little unclear about this, yeah.
Well, I'm hearing not just a goodbye timeframe, but search for a local home for them.
I think that would also be a decision of yours that I would respect.
Right.
Okay, are there thoughts on this topic? Yeah. Did you have
No,
something?
the question was just the time frame, like how much time is there to find a new home, if a local home?
I think what we were hearing is that if we wanted to designate a time to try to look for a local home and then come back and revisit the topic, that's something we could direct tonight. Yeah, that's what I was hearing. Okay. I mean, personally, my primary concern is the welfare of the cows, that they're happy and cared for, and if we are going to approve this contract, I don't want the cows to be in a location where they're not wanted, you know, by the person who's responsible or the group that's responsible for their care. So I'm still a little torn about what to do on this. But any other comments or thoughts? Yeah.
Well, that comment is disturbing to me, because what does that say? If they're important to us, what I hear you saying, if they're not important to the person that's going to care for them, what do we do? I mean, do we have the right person? Do we not have the right person? Do we just, because they don't want to care for them, do we just get rid of them? I just, that disturbs me, the way.
I think that's the situation that
Yeah.
we're in. So yeah, go ahead.
Because they're part of the community. At this point, they are very part of the community. And the, you know, community rallied around Nellie when she was pregnant, and then they were all excited when she had her baby. And, you know, I mean, that park is very well visited. I mean, all you have to do is come down here and there's always people walking around. So it just, it's kind of disturbing.
Well, I don't have any worries that the operator is not taking good care of the cows, and will continue to take good care of the cows if we set a time frame for us to send out some feelers and see if we can find a local good home for them, and if not, then go to the already identified adoptive home. So I would propose we say, you know, April 1st, we'll see them through the winter and have a time up to then. You know, if we can't find a local home for them by then we allow the Oregon adopter to adopt them.
Well, I haven't heard yet, and I'm unsure from the comments whether there's a majority opinion that we want to go along with the plan to get rid of the cows. So I think we need some clarity on where everyone's at on that issue. Yeah, go ahead.
Can we check in with the potential adopter and see what time frame they feel comfortable with?
Yeah, can you promote the two panelists? Or?
Yeah, we do see Hadassah in the Zoom room. If you are there, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you for taking a moment to hear what I have to say about this. I'm Hadassah Dajak. I am the executive director of
Tikkun Farm Sanctuary in Phoenix, Oregon. And we are a forever home for abused, abandoned, neglected, and unwanted farm animals. And I'm having some conflict listening to this conversation as well, because these cows sound very wanted. And so I'm sitting here battling with what I'm hearing versus what I was originally expecting. So the time frame that we were looking at was sooner than later, because we have our cow here right now, Naomi, just lost her partner, and she is grieving hard. And she lost her partner a couple of months ago. And we were hoping to move them sooner than later. However, what I'm hearing is that there is a desire to keep them local, and you would like to find a local home where the community can still appreciate them. And it looks like the community there is going to do right by these cows and find an appropriate, as safe and loving place for them to be. And I would encourage you to do that, because a local home is going to be much better for them. They won't have to have the 5-6 hour drive to Oregon. Not that we would not give them an absolutely exceptional home. We would. We keep our animals forever. They receive exceptional care. We have a beautiful property that's fully irrigated. We maintain our property so that we don't have overgrazing. We do rotational grazing. So I appreciate the challenges that you're facing there, and I know that we could provide these two with a great space, but I am going to encourage you to look locally and find someone now that you have the pressure of these cows have to move, and it sounds like your community is quite concerned about where they land. Maybe this conversation will put the pressure on somebody local to step up. I am not walking away from this. Don't take these comments as I'm not interested. I am, but I do have a grieving cow who does need a partner sooner than later. And I'm unwilling to wait until April. Not because, again, that I don't care for the cows there, but I'm not willing to let my cow, who is so sad, be alone for that long. So I hope that will help you in your decision making. And you know, I learned a lot about Katati tonight because I've been on here since 6 o'clock. Yeah, I love your community. Let me just tell you that. I love your community. And it sounds like you're a resourceful group and you're motivated to do right by everyone there. And I hope that that means your animals as well. And rotational grazing, I saw the property. I mean, I saw pictures of the property where they're going to be. And I've been doing this for a very long time. We have every species you can imagine. And we have 9 irrigated acres, and we have 140 animals, and we maintain this property beautifully. You can check us out on Facebook if you want to see our facility, if you are questioning whether or not you want them to come here, or you want to see how grazing can be done and be maintained. Again, we have irrigation, so it's slightly different. But there is no reason why you can't do rotational grazing with these cows. Absolutely not. But that's my opinion, and I've done this for a lifetime. So I would encourage you to look into some creative options, and I would encourage you to look into local. And if that doesn't work out in a short period of time, these two are totally welcome to come live with us. But I would not want it to be in April if that's at all possible.
All right, yes.
Wow, this is really making me emotional, making me cry. You know, just that someone that has never even met them has just heard about Nan and Nellie, you know, has that much compassion for them and for our community. I think maybe we should, either do a campaign or put them up on a marquee, you know, something, so that people passing by can see that there's a need, or somehow advertise it so we can find somewhere local, if possible. If not, Hadassah sounds like she's an amazing person to have them.
Yeah, and I'm really sorry to hear about your grieving cow. That was heartbreaking. Yes.
I appreciate you giving us those comments, and it really just, for me, substantiated what I was able to find out, that there are lots of ways to do rotational grazing. And actually what I was able to find out too is having multiple species is actually better, because it does help with the ground and things too. So thank you for, confirming what I was been able to find out in just the little research that I did. I mean, 140 animals is quite a lot. We're not certainly dealing with that, even though we have a smaller thing. So I really would like to see the cows stay.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to come back with this work plan again with, it sounds like we're hearing from another expert that it is possible to do rotational grazing with the cows. So I'd like us to take another stab at seeing if that's possible. If the cost would be increased, then we could look at that and see what it would cost, what it would take to do that. But I'm not 100% comfortable approving the plan to get rid of the cows, given what we just heard. So,
Well, perhaps I would suggest that if this would work for everybody, is that we could approve what's before us tonight, minus the relocating the cow part of it, and then we can work with Tommy to come up with options, and then come back. But with already an approved work plans, we're not wondering if we're going to do a lot of the other stuff that's in there or not. You know what I mean? So approving the work plan minus that, but then work on maybe an addendum to it for January.
okay. And I also had some concerns about just going back to the plant list for the hedgerow. I hear what they're saying about that the animals are not coming into contact with that, but the comment we received from Ed Gilardi talked about the idea that if we are still doing, what do you say, with long-term plans for the future layout needing to be worked on, it could be that the animals would be coming closer. And so if there's just a few plants that are of concern, is it possible to go back to the organization and just take off the ones that are most concerning? Because I saw there were a lot of plants on that list.
Yeah, maybe Aishwarya can speak to that. I honestly don't know which ones are.
So if there are specific, if there are specific plants, we can adjust the plant list. This was developed by Prunaski and Chatham, and it complies with the California Wildlife Board's plant list. There's a couple on here that I know the comment that you're talking about, and I think that there might be some misconceptions about one or two of the plants, because the common name is different. The common name can apply to a couple different species. So the blue elderberry, for example, is actually like a varietal that is grown commercially in Oregon, and it's edible, and it's actually got some forage value for sheep, goats, and cows. The specific species that we are planting. Toyon, again, it's highly unpalatable. It is unlikely that these animals are going to eat it unless they're really starving, which is not going to be the case. And there's actually a lot of kind of a ethnobotanical information that we can convey to our children about that plant. And so we would love to keep it. I mean, it can go if we need to, but it's just, I don't think it's going to pose the kind of, it's not going to be as scary as we think it is. The other two, the bee plant and the narrowleaf milkweed, the question is, do we want pollinators, specifically monarch butterflies, or not? Again, this is not necessarily a palatable meal for animals. There may be a accidental ingestion, but it's just not even going to be in an area that the animals will access, because if the animals are going to be there, then we're not going to be complying with the agreement that we signed with Point Blue. So we would have to barricade the plantings anyway in between two fences.
If we wanted to change the land use in the future to...
We can absolutely, for example, if you want to put animals in that front enclosure, we would just install a fence there.
Okay.
And so there's nothing that stops us from doing that.
Okay, thank you. I think that addresses my concerns with that. All right. Any other comment or discussion? I'm sorry, what? I didn't. Oh, I think we've already closed public comment and it's 10:40, so we need to move forward. Yeah. So I think I'd be looking for a motion to, well, what I would like to see is a motion to approve this without the portion on the cows and to come back at a later date with an addendum about the cows. Is anyone amenable to moving that or something else?
So moved.
And just one slight addendum. It says execute a 3-year license agreement with Fern Homestead, and the recommendation is actually Tommy. We executing it with Tommy. It's just a technicality, but I just want to make sure you know. Just as long as you all know that when you vote on it, it's not with Fern Homestead, it's with Tommy Henry. Yeah.
My motion includes that correction.
A second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to both of you for being here and answering our questions, and thank you to our guest from Oregon as well. That brings us to item 12D, which is to receive and file statement of the votes cast and declaration of the results of the City of Cotati Consolidated General Municipal Election held on November 5th, 2024.
All right, so I have a very short, just staff report on this. So in the recent election on November 5th, for Cotati, we had 3 members of the City Council and a citizen initiative to repeal the roundabout ban known as Measure S. And the County of Sonoma, the registrar, held and conducted the election on behalf of the city. And in the packet is the official statement of votes cast for the 3 council members as well as the citizen initiative. The citizen initiative passed by a little over 60%, and the 3 council members that were elected or reelected is Councilmember Harvey, Mayor Sparks, Vice Mayor Ford. So this action is just to adopt a motion to receive and file the statement of votes cast by the clerk, and adopt a resolution declaring the results of the consolidated election on November 5th, declaring the results, and then also determining the elected council members and certifying Measure S. Sorry, that sounded very disjointed, but the recommendations in the staff report, so that's just what I'm saying. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no questions about this, I'm going to open it to public comment. Yes, come on up.
I'd like to make a comment that the roundabout ban repeal, despite it being totally politically motivated, we had one sign and we spent no money and we got almost 40% of the vote to keep the roundabout ban. And that's because your planning, sucks. Or you wouldn't have streets. You try to put things in like the bike lane on West School. You can't just have these plans and do them. And you also ignored history. It was never about roundabouts. And if you went back into 2012, you would have known that. But every council member, well, most council members, everybody went around town and said, it's all about roundabouts. It was never. I think I wasn't involved then, but a couple people were. And you guys just decided to, and it wasn't citizens. It was people connected to the city and a certain group. Going around getting signatures based on misconceptions. And this has happened over and over again with elections in Cotati. Okay, that's enough about the roundabout ban. The FPCC is looking into this election of the council members for in-kind contributions by the city to re-elect the incumbents. because you spent $60,000 so far on attorney fees to keep George Barrick not able to campaign. He spent we're on month number 17 of being in a hearing where he's had to spend $30,000 in attorney fees just to stay at the hearing level. We still have no resolution in sight. It's selective enforcement. I can't even get Robert Smith, the attorney, he won't even put in his billings, because he knows how damning they are, that 65% of the whole city's code enforcement budget was used to go after George. So the FPCC is really interested in, I think the district attorney is going to be interested why you guys also did, the contract for code enforcement was $60,000 and $113,000 was spent in 23-24. It needed Damien's approval, never happened. It needed the council doing that. So you can also have the DA probably looking into $53,000 being used, misappropriated by the city. So I wouldn't say these elections are very fair. We've always had a problem, and you're just continuing on, and you're going to have consequences probably in the
30 seconds.
FPPC and federal court and maybe the DA, because of what you guys, I sat there for a year and told you guys it was coming an election and code enforcement needed to be this whole action in selective enforcement against your only opponent. This is a scandal that's going to take a lot to get through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to make a comment on this topic? Yes, welcome.
Wasn't sure if this was the right time to come up and say thank you to Laura Sparks for being such an incredible mayor. Thank you very much, Laura. Done incredible service.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Yes, come on up.
And I want to thank the three of you for running and doing a good campaign and making a good election outcome here in Cotati. Thank you. Thanks for your service.
All right, other commenters? Yes, welcome.
Yes, good evening, Council. I walked the town getting signatures for the Measure S, and I've got to say there was a lot of people that were like, what is it that what happened, that it was actually banned? And there were a few people who were very not particularly or wanted to learn more about roundabouts. I do think that we're moving forward. We'll see where they actually are, but we do need to figure out how to do the roads better. And as this book, Death by Traffic Engineering, has talked about, it's not just a Cotati problem. We do see these problems changing in Petaluma. It takes time for people to get used to road changes, and they're just used to having wide open roads, and they're death traps. So we do know that there's 3 people being killed on our roads in the last 5-10 years. And so I do see that we are moving forward in a good way with getting safer roads, and I just hope that goes on. I would like to thank the 3 council members that ran. I think you've done a magnificent job this year. I know Susan Harvey was out in the heat. I couldn't believe it. We did have a long discussion on our doorstep. We didn't necessarily agree about everything, but congratulations on there. I so appreciate Sylvia and what she's done around the town and with the region, making contacts. And Ben's just been great to sit up there and on the bicycle issues, and so I do really appreciate the council and the direction they've been giving the town. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers wishing to comment? Okay. Okay, I don't see, do we have any Zoom attendees?
We've lost our Zoom audience.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'll bring it back to the council. Does anyone have any comments or would like to make a motion? Yes.
I want to, is it just the recommendation that we receive and file the statements? Is that the one? Or is it resolution of declaring the results of the consolidated general? Okay. So I want to make a motion that the city council of the city of Cotati declare the results of the consolidated general municipal election held on November 5th, 2024.
I second that motion.
Okay, is that sufficient, city attorney? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that passes unanimously. That brings us to our last item, which is our last action item, which is the reorganization of the city council for calendar year. No? No. Oh, I have to give an oath. Okay, sorry, my bad. Item 12E, administration of oath of office to newly elected council members. Thank you, sorry about that. I put my mark too soon. So we're gonna do that with Kevin? Okay.
Please, you have a form in front of you if you'd like to follow along, or you can just repeat after me. Please raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Congratulations, you're still council members.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Kevin. And do I need to do public comment on this item? Yes. Yeah. Okay.
You're welcome to if you want to, yeah.
Okay, we will open it up to public comment. If any, we have no one on Zoom, so we'll just do in the chambers. Yes, welcome.
Is this a time that I can thank the mayor? This is the time right now.
You can do it anytime, but now's the time.
Anytime. Well, this meeting, wow, was a Mayor Sparks meeting. It was so collaborative. You always were looking for consensus. You always were asking your fellow council people to put in their ideas and opinions. Everybody who came up to the podium, you said welcome. Everybody. And you said thank you for your comment after everybody spoke. But the collaboration is what I really want to talk about. Because I've thought a lot about what to say to you this evening about how much you've accomplished with an open hand, inviting anyone and everyone to join in this process of governance. Laura, you are an anomaly in politics. You are not in this for your own self-interest. You do not require a spotlight to shine. You have a heart like E.T. that lights up when every voice is heard and consensus is attained. I saw it. I saw it tonight. You put your own beliefs aside and make sure that your representation, I'm sorry, I got to put on my glasses because I can't read my own writing. Make sure your representation is fair and equitable. You never make anyone feel less than or unwelcome. You set your ego aside and offer support and assurance to others so that they may shine. For you, service in city politics is about building community and connection. So Cotati is a
30
safe
seconds.
haven for every resident. When I describe this current council, I always say it is the one that has the most heart since I've lived in Cotati. And Mayor Sparks, you are the reason why. Thank you for your service as mayor, and thank you for your willingness to serve another 4 years. Today, on the afternoon walk, Jesse took me the way of Delano Park. I need 30 more seconds.
You're out of time.
I know, and I'm not leaving. And I see our chief here, and hidden in an oak tree in Delano Park, there was a painted rock that I'd like to give to you. On one side, it has 2 gift-wrapped boxes, and on the other, it says, Cotati Rocks. Laura, you are a gift.
Thank you,
and
Shelley.
you rock.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. I'm deeply uncomfortable being the center of attention this way, so I just want to make a comment that I've found the leadership of some of our past mayors to be really collaborative as well. So I had the opportunity to observe how Mayor Harvey operated and learn from her. And the thing that makes these meetings work so well is that we have such an amazing community that is so collaborative and generally positive and wanting to find solutions. So a big thank you to everybody who came out to the meetings throughout the year as well. Okay, any other public comment? All right, we are going to move on now to the last item. I think we need to make a finding that we are going to be done by midnight and that we want to continue the meeting because our rules say at 11 o'clock we have to stop unless we purposely decide to continue. So
Move to continue.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of continuing the meeting?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes, I oppose.
Okay, any abstentions? All right, so we voted 4-1 to continue the meeting and that we're going to finish by midnight. So now we'll do the reorganization of the city council for calendar year 2025. It's recommended that we elect a mayor and a vice mayor. Did you want to give a city background on this or shall we just proceed?
I don't really need to give much of a background. I think you guys know. But basically, the new mayor, because the incumbents were all reelected, the new mayor would start January 1. So, Mayor Sparks will remain the mayor for the rest of the calendar year. New mayor comes in January 1. And just for reference, the rotation of prior mayors is included in the staff report. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions? All right, I think before we go to discussion and proposing who to move forward, we should just open it to comment first. So again, there's still no one on Zoom, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll open it to public comment before we open the floor for nominations. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment on this? Okay, not seeing anyone come forward, I'll bring it back to the council. I would like to nominate Vice Mayor Ford to continue into the mayor role.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? All right.
I'll just say would be willing to continue into that role.
I didn't ask your opinion. All right, so we have a motion and a second to elect Vice Mayor Ford as mayor for next year. Can we take a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Rivers,
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes. All right, so we've unanimously elected a Vice Mayor Ford. Yes, to mayor. Congratulations. All right.
Make the nomination?
Yes.
So I would like to nominate Councilmember Lemus for Vice President of the United States. I vote for that. For Vice President or Vice. Why can I not say Vice Mayor? It's late. Vice Mayor of our council.
Yes, good.
Second.
Or who got to that first? I
heard
think
Ben.
what's that?
I heard Ben.
Okay, we heard Vice Mayor, we heard Mayor Ford.
I'll
Okay,
accept
so,
nomination.
and you'll accept the nomination. Fantastic. So let's go ahead and take a roll call vote on electing Councilmember Lemus to become Vice Mayor Lemus in 2025.
Councilmember Rivers,
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes. All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Does anyone have anything they'd like to say before we move on? I've enjoyed working with you very much. I think you're going to do a fantastic job as mayor, and I'm looking forward to having you as vice mayor as well.
Well, and I'd just like to say I learned a ton from you. I really appreciate that you invited me into your deliberations as mayor, so I feel a lot more like I know what the job entails than I otherwise would have. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate learning also from Laura and Ben and Susan. I appreciate all the and Kay, just from everyone, and even everyone out in the community as well. So I just appreciate all the learning from staff and everybody. Thank you.
All right. Yes.
I told you we'd have fun, and I told you people would come out, and they did.
They sure did. We had some eventful meetings. Yes.
I also wanted to thank you for clearing the decks by putting everything in the hopper on tonight's agenda. So we're starting with
Sort of happened on accident, but you're welcome. So that will move us to our city manager report. I would ask you to be brief. Because it is 11:05.
You can tell it's outgoing mayor. Yeah. I'm done listening to you. Yeah. All right. So I'll just remind everyone the holiday toy drive is still going on. The police department and Rancho Adobe is collecting toys until the 25th. And gift cards for children aged 10 and up are still being accepted at the lobby. So go ahead and bring gifts by. There's a lot of people that have pulled applications for gifts this year. So the more gifts, the better. We expect that the sidewalk gap closure project will wrap up by the end of next week if weather permits. So anyway, that's just moving quickly. Also, the sanitary waste specific plan is still out. It closes on this is the draft EIR. It closes on December 16th. If anyone has any comments, that's closing soon. The keeping people housed rental assistance, we've been talking about this for the last couple of meetings, but a reminder that that is going to be starting up mid-December, so in the next week or two. And that's on Monday the 16th. Yeah. So contact COTS if anyone is interested in funding for rent, utilities, eviction notices, emergency needs, that kind of thing. And there's more information on the city website. We held a tree lighting last Friday, and it was great. It was super busy, and Santa was definitely a rock star. He got a lot of applause. And it was super fun. The next day was the shop and stroll, which was also great. Really busy day. The weather held out great for both days, so it was really popular. This Saturday is our sold out Breakfast with Santa event. We've been sold out for quite a while. And then after that, on Saturday, we have a holiday crafting and decorating event at the ranch from 3 to 5. And treats are provided by Lady Bloom Bakery in downtown Cotati, and ornaments, and they're decorating ornaments. Anyway, there's you have to sign up for that, and that's on the website if anyone's interested in that. And then December 21st is the drop and shop. So for those procrastinators that haven't got all their gifts yet for the holidays, they can drop their kids and do their last minute shopping for all the overpriced stuff that, because you're the procrastinator tax that you get when you shop that close to Christmas. And then winter break, when school's out for Christmas, we have that running as well. So that's it. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, any questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your report. And next we'll have city council member reports. Does anyone have? Yes, go ahead.
Yes. And I reached out a few weeks ago to Roanoke Park Senior Services to find out about collaborations. Have a meeting coming up. They can offer services to Cotati seniors, which is, at least a good start. I had a meeting with Supervisor David Rabbit on the 27th. We discussed a 160 redesign, the additional funding needed for the project, EIFD potentially helping in that situation. Hotel room TOT, he had questions on, and then ensuring our project is on SCTA radar, especially with some of the grant timelines that are coming up. I worked on police advisory committee interviews with Council Member Rivers. And a reminder, this Thursday, the Chamber Crawl is going to start at 5:30 on Thursday at the flagship tap room. So I plan on being there. Maybe not with this shirt, but I will have a holiday sweater on. So anyway, that's my report.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Harvey.
I'll try and be really quick. So SCT RCPA, just a few things of note. At the Oliver's Hub for the bikes share, we are one of the highest utilized one, which is really, yeah, the Oliver's one was one of the highest of all, because I was asking, what the usage was, because I see them there, but yeah, so it is actually one of the highest ones. We had a great presentation on the geothermal opportunity from Sonoma Clean Power. That seems really interesting, so we'll see where that goes. And then we had another great presentation on the work being done on Highway 37. And boy, is that an expensive project, but it's nice to see all of the different areas working together instead of, kind of you do it. It will be very interesting to see if sea rise happens before all of it can get done, but they have the phases and work is starting, but boy, is it an expensive one. Then I also went to the tree lighting, and then I went to LAFCO, and that was a very interesting meeting because we had a application from Sonoma Mountain Community Service District Formation. It's a group of people that basically are not happy with what's going on over in the Sonoma Valley. And so they were looking to form a district to do maybe this and maybe that and maybe some recreation and maybe some other things, not very specific. So basically we denied the application. What was said, what wasn't said was that really they want to be involved because of the Sonoma Developmental Center, because they're hoping that that whole thing falls apart, and that if they're a district, then the state somehow would, give them the rights to do it. But yeah, they were like all over the board on what it is that this district was going to do. So we denied that application. And the only other thing I did is I attended, I'm part of the ad hoc group on the new mosquito and vector control building. So we had a meeting and we're trying to prioritize what really needs to be done versus what was in the original plans. So another expensive thing. And as most of you know, because you've been out there, that particular site is a very difficult site to do anything on. So they're trying to figure out what they can do because of the site. So that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Yes, reports from either of you?
Nothing except the tree lighting, which was wonderfully crowded.
So I voted against staying, so mine's going to be super short. Two quick things. One, the Police Advisory Committee, we did have interviews, but we have opened it back up because we did not have enough people. So if you have interest in potentially participating in the Police Advisory Committee, we very much encourage you to apply. It's a very short application, and it would be really lovely if we could get some people of color and or younger people, just to have a good diversity on the board. And then the last thing is, because Coffee with K this month would fall on Christmas Day, we're not going to have it this month, but I'll see you in January.
I also, my only report, I also attended the tree lighting, and what Christmas, it's not really Christmas unless you have a awkward interaction with Santa. And he said he was there with Miss Sonoma County and Miss Teen Sonoma County. He said, "Oh, I'm surrounded by two beautiful ladies and a beautiful mayor." It's pretty funny. So that was my experience of Christmas with Santa. Anyway, that's my report. Next is public comment on non-action agenda items. Is there anyone wishing to make a comment on non-action agenda items? Okay, not seeing anyone. Was there any information received after the agenda was posted?
There were several items received, some comment letters around the farm item tonight. There were some updated presentations. There was updates to the ordinance. All of the items received were uploaded to the HTML agenda and are available here in print in the chamber tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we will adjourn the meeting.